What the fuck? What is going on with this Wes Huff stuff? Oh my god, there's more. There's more. Is this a joke? Yo.
If the internet is a highway, your business needs a smart GPS to guide your data to its destination with speed.
I've got to react to this.
My wife and my kid were counting on me to make a good response video, and I failed.
What the hell? My wife and my kid were counting on me to make a good YouTube response video, and I failed. Is this for real?
I didn't make a good video.
Did they see it before it went out?
What?
It was live.
Oh.
It was live.
It was live. It was live. Oh my god, that is so... Is this like scripted? This is so... What is going on?
Yeah. So, in hindsight, I would have done a pre-recorded, had it looked at. But I went live on YouTube, and and I was pretty upset.
When you're just coming out of being sick, not thinking at your best, and highly charged, generally your brain's not going to make the best forward-thinking decision.
All right, so the podcast is out. Let's go ahead and tune in to the podcast with Billy Carson and Dr. Amen. So the title of the podcast is called Facing Trauma, How Past Experiences Shape Our Present Reactions. Billy Carson and Dr. Amen. So let's go ahead and check it out, man. Let's see what Billy got to say.
So, I went through a situation recently where I felt kind of ambushed. I didn't feel like it was a situation that was properly set up for me to appear in. I didn't show up as my best self. I was sick. I had just gotten over pneumonia. I was in pneumonia state still. I was still in the healing process. I had just gotten released from the hospital, had a near-death experience. And I felt like someone took advantage of me and took advantage of the situation. And they put me in a situation where I was very uncomfortable, I wasn't sharp, and I wasn't my best.
All right, so now one issue with this statement here is, yes, we can understand how pneumonia and being sick may alter your feelings and your emotions and how you appear in a place. We've all been somewhere where we don't feel like our best self and we're just like, man, I just want to get out of here. The problem is he went over there.
Yeah, like, I can't believe this is real life. This whole story is insane. The guy... Billy Carson goes around for years saying he's an expert in ancient manuscripts, goes to debate Wes Huff, gets obliterated, and then complete meltdown. Like, he was goes to his neighbor's door at 2 a.m. and starts like ringing the doorbell, and has like some cease and desist or lawyer letter that he just like wrote himself. He's crazy.
And saying that you feel like your friend took advantage of you being sick and having pneumonia.
Just like Darth, and Darth bad. You bad. Even I have no standard. You bad, though. Welcome, Nero.
Hi.
Hello. What would you like to say?
I mostly wanted to talk about point 2.
Uh-huh.
So you have actual evidence, actual measurable evidence.
Yes. Like,
Can you show me this evidence?
yeah. So, for you to even talk, Christianity has to be the case, because um, us to have a communication, us having a conversation is only going to be possible in a certain type of world, and that's going to be like the world that's described in the Bible. So if you deny that, then you couldn't make sense of, like
No, no.
yeah. So like I take a fact, like the fact that we're having this conversation, and I say what is necessary for this fact to be the case, and I can show that like the Christian God is necessary for us to have a conversation.
And then you look at science and you go, we have actual physical measurable evidence for this, and it correlates with this fact. So this must be the cause.
Uh-huh. And so that's a direct type of a proof. I'm giving an indirect proof.
Oh, okay. Yeah, indirect type of proof, of course.
Uh-huh.
Um, sorry.
That's okay.
Good.
Atheists aren't very serious people, so.
I can't take you seriously when you're
Oh,
saying that it's
right.
objectively proven, but then you can't bring any actual physical measurable evidence to the conversation.
All physical measurable evidence proves God because God is necessary for any physical measurable evidence. Like you and me.
No, he's
Yes.
not.
Yes. Like you and me talking is physical. God's necessary for that physically. Physical. It's physical. Let's get physical. You and me talking is physical thing. God necessary for the physical thing. Physical proof.
No.
God. Yes.
Can you explain to me what exactly makes you believe that God is necessary for any of this to exist?
For you and me to have a conversation, there has to be uniformity of nature. There has to be regularity, order, and consistency in the natural world. So that's only explained in the model of reality where God creates the world and endows the world with order. If there's no God, you would not be able to explain the order that would be necessary to talk.
No. Okay, I can give you science. I can give you science that has evidence behind it. So we could speak about the elastic band theory for the universe, and what actually happened with the Big Bang is that the universe collapsed in on itself because it couldn't expand
It's just
anymore,
like a
which we
creation.
are already seeing signs of happening again, right? We could speak about that actually has
Yeah.
evidence behind it, right?
But can science prove science? It can't. So how do we know science is true? Well, we know science is true.
Can science
Yes.
prove science? Is that a real question?
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
even
I can't take you seriously because I literally just explained to you how the universe collapses in on itself.
yeah, that's something science says. Right here,
There's evidence of that. The Big Bang is evidence of that.
I got a meme for like people like you. Is science the only way to truth? Did science tell you that? Get it?
I'm not saying it's the only way to truth.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying that you are claiming that being Christian that's objectively proven.
Yeah, because
You
Jesus
have
is the
no
only way.
objective proof, right? We can
Yeah, I
speak
do.
about
I
so
gave
many
you a
things that
proof.
actually have objective proof
I gave
behind
you
them
proof.
with physical measurable evidence.
That's what I gave you. So physical measurable evidence is only possible if Christianity is true. If Christianity is not true, there's no physical measurable evidence. So the fact that physical measurable evidence exists would indirectly prove the Christian God, because you couldn't account for there being physical measurable evidence, because it's going to require things like identity over time, cause and effect, uniformity of nature, reliability of senses, and cognitive functioning. And these things are only explained on the Christian model of reality. Your model of reality can't explain any of that.
Yes, it can.
No, it can't.
Okay, right. I'm going to explain this in I don't even know how to speak to somebody with logic this broken.
My logic isn't broken. You're just ignoring.
It is. It
Oh,
is. You
what's the
can't
fallacy?
claim, no, because despite your beliefs, right, you can't claim that something is objectively proven just by going, well, look around. For it to be
Give
objectively
you an
proven, you would
argument.
have to have physical, measurable
Oh my
evidence
God.
that it is true.
Well, if you're just gonna ignore what I'm saying, I'm gonna kick you. So you just keep repeating yourself and you're ignoring what I'm saying. I'm saying physical, measurable evidence. All physical, measurable evidence proves God because God's necessary for physical and measurable evidence.
Do you have any proof that that's true?
I just told you. So physical, measurable evidence requires, like I said in the beginning, the uniformity of nature. It requires identity over time. It requires reliability of your senses and your cognitive faculties. And only God can explain all those things. Only the Christian model of reality. Your model of reality, your non-Christian model of reality, can't explain that stuff. So it's necessarily Christianity is true for there to be any physical evidence, for us to have this conversation. So this conversation is proof of God.
So, do you understand biology?
No.
Okay, I do. And
Okay.
biology proves that everything started from singular cells, right? Biology proves
Uh-huh.
all of these things. Biology proves how we came into existence. Biology proves evolution,
What's your
right?
education? What's your
So,
what's your
no,
education?
you're claiming that we couldn't exist in the model that, like, I support, the model that I know to be true. You're claiming that we just couldn't exist. It's not plausible.
I'm
I've seen the
saying
proof.
I'm claiming we're having a conversation, and then I ask the question, what is necessarily true in order to have this conversation? And I can demonstrate that it's the Christian God is necessarily true for us to have this conversation, or for a science person to do a science experiment, or for any action or reason that humans do.
And for it to be objectively true, you would have to have empirical evidence.
I just gave it to you, but you're
That's
ignoring
no,
the
you gave
evidence.
me no empirical evidence.
Oh my gosh. I said that empirical evidence is only possible if there's the Christian God. So empirical evidence necessitates the Christian God. You can't have empirical evidence.
Can you explain to me how it would only be possible if there's a Christian God?
Yes. So we have two different models of reality, you and me. Do you understand that? We have two
Never
different.
heard that before. Tell me
Yeah.
about it.
God isn't just a normal fact. God would constitute a whole system to determine what's a fact or what's not a fact. Right? God interprets facts in Christianity so that we can have facts. Like what in your model of reality would make a fact true? You don't have anything like that. So your model doesn't work. It's nonsense. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh my god. Okay. Your logic is so broken.
I'm just asking you what makes a fact true. I say it's God, and I say that
Empirical evidence.
you have nothing that makes a fact true.
Empirical evidence.
Yeah, that's not an answer.
Yes, it is. That is what makes a fact true.
Welcome.
So, right. So, which way do you want me to do? Do you want me to do this? Do you want me to go through every major event in the Bible and debunk it, or do you want to go talk about science?
You can't debunk the Bible.
Yes, I can. Noah's Ark is physically impossible
Okay, but
in
what's your
in the current state of nature, because okay. Do you know how much?
Stop.
Hold on. Do you know how many per pound of
Stop.
methane?
Stop. The
No.
Bible is a system of truth, right?
Okay, prove it. I can debunk it.
Yeah, but what?
Truth is. Do you think
What's your,
truth can be objective and subjective?
that's not truth is objective.
Right. So, but if I can debunk your truth, I would make your truth subjective, right?
I don't know what that means. So
Right.
you
Because
need.
no. Hold on. You believe in the Bible. I can debunk the Bible.
Yes. Yes, but the Bible is a system of truth. So to debunk a system of truth, you need to a
Okay,
system.
I can by debunking the major events, I debunk the fluidity, the
Pause.
credibility of your Bible.
Pause. No, you need to debunk a system of truth. You need to replace it with another system of truth. So what would be the system of truth if the Bible's not the system?
Okay, how is the Bible a system of truth?
Well, in the Christian model of reality, God is the standard of truth. He did.
Okay, you know your God isn't even omnipotent, right? Judges 1:19.
How do you say that without a system of truth? You're making a truth claim.
I am, because I'm using your Bible, statements from your Bible to
You're
debunk
talking
your
out of
Bible.
yours. The Bible's a system of truth. You say it's not true. So now we have to have a different system of truth. So what's the system of truth that we're going to
The scientific method, we can dabble into philosophy.
Yeah, does science prove science?
The scientific method proves science.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, the
Okay,
scientific.
do you want me to go prove evolution right now using the scientific method, proving science?
Evolution is a religious.
Do you want me to go into gravity? You can go into any field you want.
Yeah, who observed evolution?
You can, we're observing evolution right now as we speak.
Yeah.
Even within us humans, we're evolving.
Yeah, we observe that.
Hold on. We're observing evolution within ourselves, right? You know when you make a fist to grip anything, you know, like the tendons that's in your wrist, those are becoming smaller and smaller through generation. The Y chromosome is becoming smaller and smaller to the point where eventually it's going to disappear. So yeah, we're evolving.
That sounds like evolution. That sounds like devolution.
That's impossible. You can't. De-evolution doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. Well, atheists would.
What? So something becoming smaller means de-evolution? That doesn't make any sense. Because with your logic, sharks haven't evolved either. Yet sharks used to be significantly bigger through the Miocene.
Yeah, evolution's hilarious. It's stupid.
I can prove it right now.
You can't.
Yeah, you know how? Yes, I can. Wait, hold on.
Okay, no. You need a system of truth to prove.
Yeah, science is the truth. That's my truth.
Science isn't a coherent system of truth.
Yes, neither is the Bible. You believe the South American sloth can travel across the transatlantic.
What?
How is that true? God is the truth. Somehow two elephants.
Welcome. What would you like to say?
I was going to say you got the right conclusion, but your reasoning is completely flawed.
What reasoning? My argument for God?
Like that one girl that was up here and you were talking with her?
Mm-hmm.
Like you did not make sense when you were trying to explain the argument at all. Like listen, what you're basically trying to speak is the cosmological argument, but I don't think you like.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm doing a transcendental argument for God.
Transcendental?
Uh-huh.
Can you explain the argument then?
Well, so the cosmological argument has to do with like everything we observe has a cause, therefore the universe has a cause. I would say like God is the necessary precondition for causality itself. So you can't be skeptical of causality because we have to think in terms of cause and effect, and God's necessary for cause and effect, therefore God exists. That would be my argument.
You can't like have you can't have like the assumption and then without like proof. Like you have to like prove that.
Right, that's what the argument does. So like if cause and effect is the case, then the Christian God exists. Cause and effect is the case, therefore the Christian God exists.
Listen, it's better if you just say that the universe exists, it has a cause,
Mm-hmm.
and then you say
But
that there,
that argument sucks.
it's okay. I mean, it's the best argument.
No, it's fallacious.
All right, let me tell it to you, and you tell me where it goes wrong.
Okay.
The universe exists.
Mm-hmm.
It can either be eternal or it can be created. Agreed?
Let me listen. Let me write this
Okay.
down.
Okay. The universe is not eternal, right? If you believe in it, if you have like any bit of science and you agree that the universe was created, right? You can either believe in the Big Bang, right, which I do, and you believe that the universe, if you just Google how old the universe is, you could say it's, what was it? I forgot, 13.6 billion years old.
Universe exists. Okay, it's either created or eternal.
Yup.
Okay, then where will we go?
And then where most people, if especially if you're debating atheists, they're gonna go and they're gonna say it's created, right? The Big Bang, right? It came into existence. Then you say that there are only 4 possible ways that the universe could come into existence, right? There's only 4 explanations. You can write these down too. 1 is it came from nothing. 2 is it created itself. 3, it was created by something else created. Or 4, it was created by something else uncreated. Those are the only 4 possibilities. There's not another possibility.
Created itself doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I know that we can. I mean, you go into it, it's deductive reasoning. You have all the possibilities, and you work your way through them.
That's
And
abductive.
no, it's deductive.
Okay.
All right. So you say 1 is the universe came from nothing. We know that's wrong because from nothing, nothing comes, right? 0 plus 0 plus 0, no matter how many times, is going to be 0.
Okay.
Number 2, the universe created itself. This is a contradiction because you are implying that the universe is in existence and non-existence at the same time, right? How can it create itself? In order to create itself, it has to already exist. It's a contradiction. That leaves us with 3 and 4, which is the universe was created by something created. This is what a super majority of people believe, right? If you ask them how was the universe created, mainly they'll tell you they don't know, but then they might say, you know, another universe created our universe. You could say aliens. You could say we're living in a simulation. There's like a million options in this category. All of them are wrong because it deals with infinite regression, meaning
There's
if I
there's a problem. Yeah, why can't I just say the universe is uncreated?
because it would be scientifically inaccurate.
Okay, but one of your explanations is it's created by something else uncreated.
Yep.
Okay, so how can you have one option be that something else is uncreated? If something else can be uncreated, why can't the universe be uncreated?
First off, it's a category, so it's just all possible explanations, right? So we agreed that 1 is wrong, right? The universe can't come from nothing, but that's a category. It's an explanation. It doesn't have to be right.
It's not answering my question. So this is special pleading. What you're doing here. So it's a fallacy.
All right. What did I do wrong?
Well, you said there's 4 ways. There's not 4 ways. There's 5 because I could say the universe is uncreated.
That was the precondition. I said that. Remember, before I even gave you the 4 options, I said, "Is the universe eternal?"
Oh, right. So then, yeah, we'd have to go up there and say, yeah, that's a false dichotomy.
So yeah, you'd have to say. So if you have to say that the universe is eternal, and then that would be you would just be wrong at that point because the universe is not eternal. We know it had a beginning.
You don't know that. What the hell are you talking about?
I mean, listen. As well as you can know anything. Do you understand that? It's like if I ask you, how do you know you're existing right now?
This argument is bullshit.
All right, buddy.
Your argument rests on bullshit.
Where did I go wrong? Tell me.
I can just say the universe is uncreated.
Would you be correct in saying that?
Sure.
Not sure. Do you believe it? Are you telling me right now that you believe that the universe is eternal, has no beginning,
We're examining your argument. It's not about what I believe.
All right, you're arguing for something that you don't believe, and if I ask you why don't you believe it, you'll say it's wrong. So,
are you an atheist?
no, man.
Okay, well, you think like one.
I'm just being rational.
Yeah, I want to talk about number 4 now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Abortion is child sacrifice.
Yes.
Do you want to explain that to me?
Yeah, so like abortion is the unalivement of an unborn child. And so unaliving a child would be like a child sacrifice.
Can you find me a source that says that that's the definition of abortion?
No.
Then it's objectively not true, because I can give you many sources that say that abortion is the removal of a fetus from the body, that say that it's the termination of a pregnancy, that say that it's the surgical termination of a pregnancy. None that say that it's necessarily the unalivement of a child.
Well,
We could speak about DNCs, we could speak about DNEs, we could speak about DNXs.
Yeah, but that's just scientific fluff to say child sacrifice.
So a DNC is child sacrifice.
I don't know. What is DNC?
It's a procedure that a woman gets when she miscarries a child, which is considered an abortion because it's removing a fetus from a body.
But it's unalive?
It's unalived already, yes.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be a child sacrifice then because it's already unalived.
Okay, but it's still an abortion. And you're making the objective statement that abortion is child sacrifice.
Okay, well, you're just being technical with language.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, how am I being technical here?
Because when I'm talking about if you were to be charitable, like God forbid, you would know, like when I'm talking about abortion, I'm talking about the unalive.
Wait. If I were to be charitable, God forbid.
Yeah.
It would be a bad thing if I was charitable.
Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like in your mindset, being charitable is like evil or something because you refuse to do it.
When did I say that? Or anything along those lines?
You got that vibe. You got a vibe like you're just never going to be charitable. So I'm like, God forbid you'd be charitable. Like I'm being sarcastic about how like.
Well, I've actually raised 10 grand for charity.
I'm talking about in the context of a conversation. To be charitable means like obviously when I'm talking about abortion, I'm not talking about like a fetus that's no longer living being removed.
Okay, well that's what abortion by legal definition refers to. So when we're speaking about abortion in any sort of term, that is what it's referring to. So if you want to say maybe I don't know, abortions that you've chosen is child slavery, because child sacrifice, right? You could say that, and that's just your opinion on it, right? But a DNC is an abortion, and it's not child sacrifice. It's not even fucking close. That's not a technicality. That's just abortion, and you trying to claim that it's a sacrifice when it's not. But also, we could speak about the fact that a sacrifice would have to be to a deity, and there is no deity that is going to.
Okay, well, let's compromise, and I'll give my live. Welcome, Watch Bob.
Hello.
What would you like to say?
So, in regards to atheism being irrational, that doesn't quite make sense to me. The whole point of atheism is basically finding out truth rather than just stating it upon faith and belief. If you go to the doctors and you're like, you don't go to a doctor's, they'll run tests to see what's wrong with you. If you have something wrong with you, they don't go, well, I have faith that you have AIDS. Like, it's the process of elimination that you do tests, that you try to disprove yourself with science. The whole concept is not irrational by any stance, because you're literally trying to prove yourself wrong and prove yourself right at the same time.
No, it's just another religion. So like,
how's a lack of belief a religion?
Because it's like got symbols and dogmatic beliefs attached to it.
There's no beliefs in it. If I'm not convinced of something, that's not a belief. You can't force yourself to believe in anything either. So how is it a belief system?
It's like all these people who they basically think they turn science into a religion, basically.
But science can't be a religion, because science is just observing what is already there. You can't. It's not saying, oh, well, I believe this.
Science is a religion.
How is it a religion? It's not in any way a religion, because the thing is, well, if you scrap everything we know about science and just completely abolish it, in a matter of time, all those things that we have known to be true through science are going to come back. Medicine, the same things are all going to come back. You do that with religion, you're going to have completely different religions that appear.
That is a grossly stupid. That's just so stupid to say.
Okay, well, how is it stupid? You can't just say it's stupid.
Stop. Science is. I'm trying to explain. Science is full of prejudicial conjecture. There's tons of opinion. So, like, has anyone ever observed the Big Bang?
We can literally see the cosmic background radiation.
Well, I'm not hearing.
You can see the universe is still expanding. There is evidence for the Big Bang. That's why it's a scientific theory and not hypothesis.
I'm not hearing an answer to my question. Has anyone observed the Big Bang?
We can observe things from the Big Bang. That's the point.
And then this fucking piece of so you're treating how my guest is dogmatically just believes whatever science tells them, even though no one's ever observed these things, and they just have faith in this crap.
It's not faith. It's you literally, and half the that's the thing. Science experiments you can literally replicate yourself. You can buy a telescope and see the cosmos. Like, what are you
indoctrinated into your atheist scientist religion?
You can sit there and say that, but you're not providing anything to the actual argument. You're just stating. You're just saying, I believe this, I do that. You're not actually contributing anything. You're just saying nuh-uh in a different way. It's just word salad to say nuh-uh.
Dude, you're just a motor mouth, and
how am I a motor mouth? You're not providing anything.
Okay.
You're not providing anything.
You're interrupting. You're interrupting me every time I try to talk, because you're a motor mouth, religious, blind faith believing, dogmatic, scientist.
Word salad. More word salad.
Science says you'll believe. It doesn't matter how crazy it sounds. Oh, a guy in a white lab coat said it. It must be true.
As I said, you can replicate experiments. Did you ever do science class where you did basic experiments where you mixed chemicals and there was a certain reaction? You can prove things yourself. It's not a guy in a white lab coat said this. Like, science is constantly backed up by medicine, technology, the phone you're using to just say nuh-uh in word salad form.
Listen to this guy, how I can't question his beliefs. See how
it's not questioning. You're not questioning. You're just saying nuh-uh.
Listen to him flip out when you see. It's okay to question authority. Just don't question people who are wearing lab coats, right? Question the priests. Question the Bible. Don't question science, guys. If you don't,
you're not listening clearly. Because I've already said you can literally do these tests yourself.
Yeah. If you don't believe in evolution, we're gonna laugh at you. Oh, if you don't believe in vaccines, we're gonna mock
evolution
you.
is a fact. It's not a belief system.
Yeah.
So take a look at any skeleton system of any animal. We have tailbones, but no tails.
We're forcing you to believe our science, and if you don't believe in evolution, if you don't believe in vaccines, we're gonna make fun of you, and we're gonna ridicule you, and we're gonna call you anti-science, and then we're gonna label you as a heretic, and then now you get treated like a second. No one's gonna think you're rational.
Can you?
They're putting these science people are putting these pressure on us. These religious science people are putting all this pressure on us to like, oh, if you don't agree with everything we say, you're not rational. Well, I say we stand up to this oppression, and I say we have the freedom to believe what we want to believe, and we don't have to listen to these people and the white lab coats. And you know what? They're not so great. Einstein married his first cousin. Well, how come science didn't teach him not to marry your first
Well,
cousin?
according to religion, we're one giant incest gangbang anyway, so I don't even know how that's relevant.
And Einstein abused his wife. How come science didn't tell Einstein not to put his hands on a woman? Where was science there, Bob?
What's that got to do with science?
Einstein is a scientific legend, and
Right.
he
But
laid his
what's
hands on a
him
woman.
marrying his cousin got to do with science or atheism?
Well, why didn't science tell him not to lay his hands on a woman? Couldn't science help him?
Because morality isn't science.
Oh, really? Okay.
What are you even spouting? You're just preaching bollocks, basically.
Well, why are all these scientists marrying their first cousins?
Why are priests raping children? Raping children?
Whoa.
Like, what? All you're doing is preaching and saying no.
Oh my gosh, science people, dude. And why do you think it's wrong that the priest does that? Because God exists and you're not really a scientismo. Welcome, Scorpio.
All right, tight. That was the single, like, I'm not even gonna lead in with any pretext. That was like the single dumbest conversation I have like ever seen. I'm sorry, but I just can't. Like, I guess we should just take it from the top. Start wherever you want.
Wherever I want?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty chilled out. I just went on a rant about science.
Okay, let's start with the same place last place started off. Atheism is irrational. Go ahead, lay it on me.
Yeah, so like if I say I have a position and there's no evidence for my position, like you'd be like, well, that's just emotional. You're not being rational. And that's exactly what atheists do. They go, I'm an atheist. And I go, what's your evidence? And they go, I don't need evidence. I'm special. And I go, you're not special. You're not special, atheist. You have evidence too.
Existing.
What?
Proving a negative is impossible. If you want to prove something with evidence, that thing has to exist to leave evidence.
Right. So if it's impossible for atheists to have evidence, then it's impossible for atheists to be rational. I agree.
No. If you say, oh, X thing, I don't think that exists. I haven't seen any evidence. Assuming something doesn't exist is the default. Once you have evidence that something exists, then you can say, oh yeah, that thing exists. Here's the evidence of that thing existing.
That's an appeal to ignorance. That's a fallacy. That's the assumption of a conclusion or fact based primarily on the lack of evidence to the contrary. So I could say, well, theism...
No. Incorrect. That's not quite it. When you assume something doesn't exist because you don't see evidence, that just means you're not presuming something exists in spite of evidence. True, you cannot make an authoritative claim being like, oh yeah, that thing, absolutely, I know for a fact it doesn't exist because I haven't seen evidence. But you can say that you don't believe something exists because you haven't seen evidence. There's a very subtle difference there, right? In asserting positively that something doesn't exist because of a lack of evidence versus not believing something exists, right? Knowing that the assertion that it exists hasn't been proven.
That's just a bunch of babble, dude. If you have a position, you have to have evidence.
No, it's a subtle difference in how you're actually supposed to approach these things versus how you prefer to approach these things,
bro.
So that you can make excuses and talk around in circles about it.
Pause. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So you have a model of reality, and I have a model of reality. You have to defend your model of reality. Anytime you talk, you're operating out of your model of reality, and so am I. I have to defend my model of reality. No one gets a get out of jail free card where they just get your model of reality accepted as if it's vertical without evidence. That's being irrational. So atheists are
Atheism isn't the
emotional.
model of reality. That's more
Yes, it
science.
is.
Atheism just says, I have not seen satisfactory evidence for the belief for the existence of a deity, right? So I cannot positively say that a deity exists.
Yeah, that's a
Right?
metaphysical
And
claim.
also you're confusing Gnostic versus agnostic atheism.
No, I'm not. There's no difference.
Yes, there's a
no,
huge difference.
no, there's not.
Gnostic atheists say,
I can't
I
talk.
haven't
If you're gonna
evidence
teach
of God
me,
existing.
I'm okay. I'm gonna.
Yes, I am going to teach you because
Okay.
you're wrong.
I can't listen
And
to how you're too dumb. I'm sorry, but you're too stupid to like what you're saying is colossally stupid, and I just can't listen to it. Like it's too dumb. And I tried to like work with you and have a conversation, but I'm not gonna sit here and get a lecture from someone who's ignorant. Okay, I don't have the patience for that. Oh my god. They just want to sit and talk about definitions. Just prove your fucking position, you bitch. Just prove, like, why do we have to talk about, oh, well, I'm going to define atheist, like, blah, blah, blah. Just prove it. The fuck? If they actually had proof, they would never ask us for proof. They would just prove it. Yeah, I will. The transcendental argument for God. So, only Christians have a system of truth, a coherent system of truth. If you deny Christianity, you'll have no model of reality from which you could operate and like make truth claims or make value claims. Therefore, due to the impossibility of the contrary, everyone is operating out of the Christian model of reality, whether they admit it or not. I don't think swearing is a sin, no. Why would swearing be a sin? Like words aren't necessarily like good or bad. It's about like the heart. Atheism is irrational because there's no evidence for it. So like if I say I have a position but there's no evidence for my position, you would say I was being irrational or emotional, and you would be correct. And the atheists have no evidence for their position, and they want to cry and say like, well, I'm special and I don't need to have evidence. Yeah, that's fine. No, Scorpio, I'm fine to talk to you, but like you're really low information and you keep like trying to like do these lectures. And like I'm here to do debates, not like first of all, we shouldn't even be taught like the definitions don't matter. Really. Like it doesn't matter how you can define atheism, agnosticism, agnostic atheism, theistic atheism. I mean, whatever. I'm a theistic atheist, you know? Whatever. Say whatever. Define it whatever. You're going to have evidence for your position. I'm not really interested in like semantic crap. You want to play semantic games. Dude, you're playing definition games with me. I'm not interested in definition games. It's boring to me. I'm sorry, but you're boring. It's not about pushback. You're boring. I would love pushback. You just want to play like word games with me, though. Yeah, we don't need definitions. Just give me an argument. I don't need definitions. Just an argument.
It's a little insane. That's a big claim. I'll put it like that. I highly doubt that that was the case.
And in that situation,
no, science is theistic because science can't prove the uniformity of nature, identity over time, causality, reliability of senses and cognitive faculties. Science requires all those things. So science needs God. Science also assumes that, yeah, well, I already said that.
I felt manipulated, and I felt like someone had really betrayed me. Someone had.
Oh, poor Billy. This is Billy Carson. Welcome, comrade.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Do you just want me to pick one of your points to debate?
You can say whatever you want.
Uh, Christianity is not objectively proven as a Christian.
You're a Christian and you don't think it's objectively proven.
I do not know.
Okay, well, you would be wrong. I mean, it says so in Romans 1 that God's invisible qualities are obvious, that no one has a rational defense to deny God.
Could you read the verse exactly as it's written for me real quick?
Yeah. The wrath of God is being revealed from heaven against all the godlessness and wickedness of people who suppress the truth by their wickedness. Since what may be known about God is plain to them, because God has made it plain to them. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. He's saying that God is obvious. Everyone knows God. No one has a rational defense to deny him. And all they do is suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
So it wouldn't be a rational reason. It would be what he created called free will, meaning that it is subjective.
No, I'm
If it were,
saying that
if it were,
they
if it
can't
were,
rationally deny God because God is objectively proven and obvious.
okay, I'm saying Christianity is objectively proven. It is not. Then you change the word to rationally. God gave everybody free will.
Yeah,
He didn't
a
make
rationality to a position is an objective proof. That's the same thing.
it is not.
So you're a liar.
No. I'm telling you it's
Objective
subjective.
proof and a rationale are the same thing. It's not different. It's not different.
They're different when you're talking about God and religion. Things that none of
No.
us can ever prove.
Why?
So why?
Why
Because
can't
God
go
you
ahead?
just finish and I'll talk whenever you're done.
Yeah, why can't we prove God?
Because God wasn't meant to be proven. It was meant to do on an act of faith, which is what has always been asked throughout the New Testament of those of us who serve Him, an act of faith. Faith is not objective, it's very subjective.
Then why is Paul constantly giving proofs and arguing,
I
debating?
don't, I don't care about people who wrote things years later. It doesn't matter what Paul says to me. It is
Well,
subject.
what you're saying is goofy, dude. So
I'm saying that ultimately the choice should be to pick God. Ultimately, it should sound very objective. If it were, we would not have people dying without Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior and going to hell. But we do have those people. If it were objective, they would never have done it.
that's not
It take
true. The Earth is objectively proven to be a sphere, and they're still flat earthers. People are emotionally atheist. They're irrationally atheist. God's obviously and objectively proven.
he's
You're
not. If he were objectively proven, people would not forsake him. That was the one thing that made us.
I just read a verse that goes against what you're saying. So you are a demon. Manifesting demons today, guys.
Who I thought was a good friend, somebody I trusted, that I trusted my kids around in their house. And his kid would come to my house. My son and his son are best friends. And for that to happen, it really upset me. More than the anger, it was the betrayal that completely shocked me. I didn't know where it came from or how it happened. And I found myself replaying every
I hate this victim shit.
We've had, every instance where we had conversations or, where we were supposed to interact with each other or text messages or phone calls to find, like, what did I do wrong, I was trying to figure out, like, what could I have possibly done to this person to get them in a situation where they felt it was okay to do this to me. So that hurt the most.
Somebody invited you on their podcast?
Yeah.
And there
The other guy's side of the story was like Billy always talked about how he could never find anyone to debate him, and he was such an expert. And so he thought he was helping Billy. He wasn't trying to hurt Billy.
Felt ambushed.
Yes. I felt ambushed. I wasn't given a full scope of what was going on. A person that was to be on that had been, I guess, watching a lot of my content over the years.
Oh, really? Yeah. What's John McDowell's epistemology? I'd love to know.
A lot of videos going against some of my personal spiritual beliefs, which is okay. It's fine. There's nothing against that. But the person that invited me over knew all about that. They knew that this person.
Do you want me? I'll try to figure it out. I'll ask ChatGPT. What is John McDowell's epistemology? Analytic philosophy, phenomenology, and Aristotelian ethics. He argues that our minds are not isolated from the world, but are open to it. When we perceive or think about the world, we directly engage with it, not trapped behind a veil of perception. So he rejects skepticism. Human beings develop the capacity to understand and reason about the world through education and socialization. He calls this a second nature, which he refers to habits and skills. Now, it sounds like he's begging the question. When we perceive the world, we're not just passively receiving sensory data as an empiricism, but actively interpreting it through our concepts and understanding. So he's saying that this is like some like transcendental, like he's saying that our minds are imposing structures on the world. He rejects the idea that there are bare facts or raw sensory data that serve as the foundation for knowledge. A view called the myth of the given. That all experience is already shaped by our concepts, so there is no sharp divide between what we perceive and how we think about it. He bridges the gap between externalism and internalism because he's just doing like some idealism. Yeah, this is just idealism. So this is gonna make knowledge impossible because it's gonna destroy logic because everything is A. So rather than engaging with skepticism on its own terms and trying to refute it directly, he's just redefining how we think about knowledge and perception and justification. Okay. Well, yeah. So McDowell just begs the question. Yeah, great. Yeah, he's not an idealist. Well, he's saying there's no separation between our mind and the world. So how's that not idealism? No, that his ideas are just. I guess he's not traditionally an idealist, but his ideas sound like idealism. He says there's mind independent world. Well, then how do we have? Oh, so he's just. What the hell? Hmm. It's more like. It's more like He sounds like a transcendental idealist. That's what it sounds like to me. So he's saying, but he just yeah, but like what? The very structure of human experience makes connection possible. What? How he says that that our mind is built in to connect to how we experience the world. Our ex- the connect our experience has a built-in connection to the world, but how is that not the same thing as assuming the connection? Yeah, he's just begging the question. But but it doesn't matter because like any philosophers can't even make metaphysical claims anyway, so it doesn't matter what they say. So I can always just like the trump card is just like, well, you're making metaphysical claims. How do you justify a metaphysical claim? And then they can't. And it's done. Because you need revelation to justify any metaphysical claim. So, anyways,
Pretty much had it in for me.
So you went on a podcast where they had another guest that was going to grill you.
Yeah, going to grill me.
And you show up.
I showed up.
Just
grill me.
And I tried to maintain calm and peace. I tried to be respectful. I didn't snap in this situation, to be honest with you. I kind of was a little bit in shock. I was trying to get my word in. But the way it was being run, it wasn't a fair conversation. I felt like I was being overrun. I felt like my voice had been heard.
He's such a baby, dude. This is all BS.
And then every time I did have something important to say, the person on the other end would have a technical difficulty. And after it happened like 5 times, I got really frustrated and I walked out of this situation. I gave my do not consent. I said, this is not professional. Like everything that I'm in is like this, with you and me. It's like very professional. And I felt like it didn't show me in my best light, or even the person that the house that I went to, even in their best light. It was just so scattered. And
I feel like we can sympathize with Billy a little bit from his perspective. I like to put myself in other people's shoes to try to feel where they're coming from. I understand Billy's perspective as far as, hey man, if I've been making these claims, I have my own personal understanding about a specific religion, and I go on YouTube and I make it big, making these claims, and you have somebody who has been watching my content and you bring them on the panel, and this person is here to try to debate or correct me or show that I didn't know what I was talking about or stuff like that. I would like that information to be known up front. Does this remove Billy Carson from being wrong?
He did know that up front. From what I understand, the host was saying.
Absolutely not. If you guys feel like I'm wrong about how I feel about this, feel free to let me know. It's actually supposed to be a conversation. I just don't stuff. And you can best believe
the part where he's crying.
Even if
it was mobbing. Thousands of comments in our live videos, all negative, all derogatory, attacks on our own followers. Every time that somebody would comment something to us positive, they would reply to that person with something negative.
No, the host said that Billy had been asking him for years to that he was like looking for someone to debate, and like that he's an expert and all this junk.
And to be honest, I had been through so much in my life, I felt like I could probably take this. I had gotten attacked by another group before in the past, a different kind of group. It was dealing with the shape of the earth. But when I saw that it was really affecting my wife and my son, and the fact that he's now got to be deleted from online, and he was building his own podcast, and and my wife has to see all these death threats, which I could see are really affecting her.
Oh God, you are warped in your thinking, Deconstruction Center. That is such a weirdo.
It got me really angry. So I wanted to make a response video to this whole situation.
You guys are so pissed that we got an academic Christian historian to go on Joe Rogan and expose all the deconstruction nonsense garbage, and you guys are mad that Joe Rogan is he's thinking about becoming a Christian. You guys are pissed off about that.
And my goal behind it was to explain myself and explain what was going on. But when I got...
Dude, Billy talks about like ancient aliens and Marduk is a planet and all sorts of weird stuff. He's parodying Zachariah Stitchin like Chariot of the Gods garbage. He's garbage.
Online?
You're defending this garbage.
Something in my brain clicked. And I wasn't the normal Billy. I wasn't the peaceful, calm, zen Billy. Now, I wasn't cursing and screaming because that's not me either. But I was making a lot of pompous...
He went to the guy's house at 2 in the morning and scared his daughter with some stupid like fake cease and desist. The guy's
Agreed that
nuts.
this wasn't supposed to even come out, and then a small amount of it came out, and I said, I'll just let it slide, whatever. He's making some kind of weird video about why he couldn't release his video. I said, okay, whatever. But then the full one came out, then he took it down. We contacted his wife. She was very upset because his wife and my wife are really good friends, like almost best friends. They're born on the same day. And she was very upset. He took it down, but then he gave it to somebody else to release. And that person gave it to somebody else and and then it made mainstream. It was like all viral. It was everywhere. And so
because Billy tried to suppress it. It's called the Streisand effect. If you try to suppress media, people are like, well, why is he suppressing it? And then it becomes viral, basically.
I got really upset, and I made that video, and my whole team was counting on me to make a good response video. My wife and my kid were counting on me to make a good response.
This is so funny. My team, my kids, they were counting on me to make a good video.
And I failed.
I failed them.
I didn't make a good video.
Did they see it before it went out?
It was live.
It was live.
It was live.
It was live. It was live.
Yeah. So, in hindsight, I would have done a pre-recorded, and had it looked at. But I went live on YouTube, and and I was pretty upset.
When you're just coming out of being sick, not thinking at your.
How can you make excuses? And then Josh Bowen goes on Myth Vision. I want to review that. Josh Bowen on Myth Vision making excuses for this scumbag.
And highly charged. Generally, your brain's not going to make the best forward-thinking decisions.
You feel were accurate. And so, I'm trying to find what is.
All right, look, let's be honest. I'm one of those guys who cut up the clips. I don't think I cut up this clip bad. I showed that Billy Carson was doing a little bit too much. I mean, a lot of bit too much. Like he said, flexing his elevator in his house, flexing his money. I mean, his wife even went live, said you got to pay $50K. Like, there was a lot of arrogant stuff taking place during this whole era and point. There was a lot of stuff going on in that video that needed to be addressed. And there was a lot of victimizing and from what I thought at the time, lying, just to kind of make it seem like you were the one who was done wrong. I don't necessarily see his point when he says that there were people who clipped his stuff in the way that made him look in a bad light, because these are things that he himself said.
I know that one way to handle this would have been just to wait and take some time.
He was just embarrassed. He just got caught BSing. He was just embarrassed. That's all that happened. That's why, you think these goofball deconstruction people are going to have Bible scholars come on? And no, they're going to debate the soccer moms. Oh, yes. And then you guys want to make a big deal because Wes said it was word for word, and it's only 95% accurate. Oh, don't worry, Marva. You'll have Christianity demonstrated to you soon enough. I wonder if anyone responded to I put an argument on a video. The best argument for atheism you never heard. It was not a very good argument. Oh, he didn't reply. Wait, where's my comment? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he hasn't seen it. What is it? Russian.
But that's not what he did. Got it wrong.
Okay, so then Alex O'Connor made a video about Wes Huff saying Isaiah Scroll was word for word, blah, blah, blah. Word for word, the same. And Alex goes, "You're wrong. It's only 95% the same," or something like that. And then now that's a big. I think it's really petty, and I think Alex is full of crap. So, anyways,
and he admitted that he got it wrong, and he admitted that he got it wrong because he was misremembering quote.
But he didn't admit he was wrong. He said he was essentially right, but he could have been more precise with his words.
About 1Q Isaiah B, which is a different document.
Mm-hmm.
So,
oh yeah, he got the document wrong. Yeah,
I don't think that I'm nitpick.
Well, he didn't. He was just remembering a quote about a different document that he applied to, but it's like not. It is nitpicking.
Yeah, I don't think I'm clutching at straws. I think I'm pointing out a mistake and not having an appropriate response.
Yeah, but
what's the mistake? Like, he confused one Dead Sea Scroll for another Dead Sea Scroll. A quote in a book that he was remembering off the top of his head in a discussion. Like, it's not like an academic. It's a casual conversation. It's not a big deal.
Can you concede how it could come off nitpicky?
He also said like Paul wrote there was 400 eyewitnesses when there was 500 eyewitnesses. So like off the top of your head, sometimes you make mistakes. So what?
Out of a 3-hour
what are we supposed to like have? Is he supposed to have like a computer encyclopedia brain and he can never like get any like minutia detail wrong?
Conversation out of a 3-hour conversation, Wes Huff has with Joe Rogan, where Joe Rogan repeatedly criticizes atheism. He repeatedly says all kinds of interesting things. Out of a 3-hour conversation here, the thing that Dan McClellan, who's not an Old Testament textual critic, Kip, I don't know Kip's.
Kip is like a leading expert in the field.
Okay, so I don't know anything about
Bible scholarship.
I don't know anything about Kip besides him telling me to get off his lawn. Okay, so I don't know anything about Kip. And the thing that people zone in on is this word for word versus 99%. I think that's nitpicky. We could disagree on that, and you could say, but I'm, and Wes has already said, technically, yes, I should have been more precise. That was the very first thing
you're doing it again. You're doing it again. Technically, I should have been more precise. Why can't he just say he was right?
Wait. Now Alex is contradicting himself because why can't he just say he was wrong? But earlier, twice he said Wes admitted he was wrong. Oh, maybe he's referring to how Wes said he was wrong about he's referring to Wes being incorrect because the quote he was thinking of referred. Wow, dude, Alex is so fucking petty. Holy shit.
So Alex, listen very carefully.
Also, by the way, I must respond just quickly before we move on to this point. You say it's nitpicky, right?
It is nitpicky, Alex.
And could you say out of a 3-hour conversation, there's this one thing. This is the takeaway that Joe Rogan had from this podcast. This is what he remembered.
Okay, because he said it in the future. If he said it in a future episode.
And 2 days ago, he said that this is the thing that's been keeping him up at night. And do you know the reason I saw it? Because somebody clipped him talking about it on that second podcast and turned it into a YouTube short where all the comments are saying, praise Jesus, how brilliant the Bible is. This is obviously doing a lot of apologetical heavy lifting. And
holy shit.
Is quite important for that reason. It's not nitpicking. If I'd have picked up one thing that Wes Huff...
Word for word, meaning 95% accurate versus 100% accurate. Like, what's the difference?
It said that nobody remembered, nobody was talking about, and didn't have any apologetic relevance, then fair enough. But I picked the one thing that Rogan himself has identified as the most important takeaway from that podcast.
Yeah, but you picked it before Rogan identified it, Alex.
Won't say that he's wrong.
Alex, you picked it before Rogan identified it and reshared it. So you had already.
True. That's not true.
What do you mean
He
it's
says
not
later
true?
in the same podcast.
You just said it was
Later
2
in the
days
same
ago.
podcast.
You just said later, as in 2 days ago. I don't know the timelines. Maybe I'm mishearing you. You said 2 days ago, Rogan said it again, right?
So there's two occasions where he's repeated it. Once is 2 days ago in the new podcast, but the other is later in that same podcast where he brings it up again, remembers it from earlier, and describes it as a miracle. So it's obviously quite important to Joe Rogan.
Okay, so when did you decide?
But why does that because what Wes said is important to Joe Rogan, therefore like he has to be more like. What is that? How is that relevant to whether Wes is right or wrong about it being word for word the same? Whether Jogan's oppressed by it or not. I don't get
to
it.
make this the thing that you wanted to pick apart? Or was it after the two references from Joe Rogan, the two public mentions of it? Or before?
No. Oh, sorry.
Before.
After the first one. After the first one.
Okay. So you heard it the first time. You heard it the first time. And had he not said it the first time, would you have left it alone and been like, okay, maybe he misspoke? 99%, some scholars say 99%, the verdict is out. We need to compile these variants. Yes, there's some verses. Would you have left it alone had it not stuck to Rogan as something that he repeated? I'm genuinely curious at this point.
Of course, I don't know. I want to say probably I would have still addressed it, because the other important thing to note is that my original video spent 2 minutes on the Isaiah scroll. And the reason that it was up front is because I was doing it in order. I was going through, I don't know how many topics I must have covered, how many points, because the thing about the Rogan podcast is that it's not like there was some overarching theme that they stuck on the whole time. It was all over the place. They talked about history, they talked about manuscripts, they talked about the resurrection, they talked about Paul, and it's shifting like every second. It's like moving around. And so you either just leave that, and to be honest, if it were on any other show or anything, maybe I would have left it, because it was so like all over the place that it's hard to pin down. But because this is the first time that the gospel has been comprehensively preached on the biggest podcast in the world, it's due a response. And the only way to do that is to go through each individual claim one by one and see what some of the problems are. And the first of those claims that I found dubious was about the Isaiah scroll. So that's why I started.
Like, he's going over a 3-hour conversation. I mean, Alex is going to make claims on this podcast that are incorrect. It's like no one's perfect. No one can sit there on a 3-hour podcast having casual conversation. They're not doing an academic presentation. How do you expect them to be like 100% right about things? Like, and the things he got wrong, it's like minutia. It's like 400 instead of 500. 95% accurate as opposed to what, like 100% accurate. And it's not like that was even wrong, because when he was talking, he wasn't thinking 100 word for word meant 100%. So it's just so petty.
And I spent 2 minutes on it, and it was not that which caused this ruckus. What caused the ruckus is that following me spending the first 2 minutes of my video on the Isaiah scroll, I had responses from you. I had a response from Gavin. We've heard the response from Wes Huff, all making quite long, quite detailed arguments as to why he's still essentially correct. If people had come out and said, okay, he was wrong about that, fair enough, but let's move on to the other topics, then we would have heard the last of it. But instead, people said, no, he was essentially correct, and I'm going to tell you why. And Gavin's video in particular tells me that I was incorrect because it's mostly spelling and because the missing verses show up in other texts. Like, one of which is false, and the other of which is only partially true, because it shows up in other fragmentary later texts and doesn't even contain the entire missing verses.
Okay.
So that's the reason I've made such a big deal out of this.
Gavin's going to respond to you when Gavin gets around to responding to you. Gavin's out of the country right now. So that's why he hasn't responded to you. I think what this is going to come down to, Alex, is if the question is 95% the same versus 100% the same.
Or lease a 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for $389 a month for $4.
Wes Huff responds.
Is that essentially right, or is that essentially wrong? I'm going to take the position, and you might think this is unfair of me. You might think this is technical. I'm going to take the position that in a conversation, not a debate, not an academic paper, in a conversation, he is essentially right. You disagree with that conclusion. Dan McClellan has been generous and said up to 99%. So to me, we're splitting over 1%, and you're saying, well, technically he's wrong, and I'm saying he's essentially right. And it becomes an issue of how do we then deal with that? Is 95%, 99% versus 100%? That there is the discretion. And let me just reiterate, the verdict is still out. They're still working on this, and they're going to compile the data and go dive deep into it and let these textual critics of the Old Testament sort it out. So that's where we land.
So
is that fair?
Where West says of a document which is 93% accurate in my view, 95% in some others, to the Masoretic text, where he says that is word for word identical, you think that he's essentially correct?
I think if Dan McClellan said that he would have been okay with 99%, his mentor said 95%. Okay, I think you're doing a more conservative number. Yes, I think he's essentially correct. I think he's essentially correct. And I think it's okay to say he's essentially correct. It sounds like we're grasping for straws. It sounds like we're fighting and being very nitpicky. I think that's a fair conclusion to have in light of a three.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think it's so nitpicky. Like, I don't understand like how people don't. Yeah, 95% accurate. He said word for word. Because like when we're dealing with manuscripts, like we wouldn't expect it to be like 100% accurate. Welcome, Joseph.
Well, hi, thank you. I don't have a problem with people believing in Christianity, but I don't think it's objectively proven. It's subjectively proven by yourself that it's your own spiritual path. It's not everybody's.
Well, no,
It's not something objective. It's subjective. Faith is something that you personally attach yourself to, not something that's objectively proven in the world.
No, Christianity is objectively proven.
No, it's not. Absolutely not. There's plenty of science and spirituality are not always the same. I understand if you have a personal spiritual connection that's beyond the scientific realm, fine. But calling it objective truth is just not true at all.
Except for I have an argument to support my position. Do you have an argument?
Oh, absolutely, I do. Fundamentally, first of all, if you're going to use the Bible as your reference source, okay, I can already disprove you, because basically Jews also have truth. Muslims also have truth. Jews have the strongest case of all because Judaism precedes Christianity. Okay, it just says so. If you're going to call it objective, truth, then why isn't Judaism objective truth to Jews?
That's a genetic fallacy. Do you know?
It's not a genetic fallacy, no. Okay. Because it says that Jews have an everlasting covenant with God in the Bible, does it not? No, is that not your objective truth if you're going to use the Bible?
It's subjective.
I'm not subjective. It's objective. It says literally scripturally that Jews have an everlasting covenant with God.
There are no Jews. No,
there are no Jews. No, there are very much Jews. Jews very much exist. Thank you very much.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, I'm living proof, dude. I'm a Jew.
No, you're not. Okay? No, you're not.
Thousands of years of Jews. I'm a product of that lineage. Yeah, I'm a Jew.
No, you're not.
I'm a Jew. Absolutely. How am I not a Jew?
No, you're not.
How am I not a Jew?
They don't exist.
We absolutely do exist, dude. You're silly, man.
No.
Our conversation, the context of the conversation is not a debate. It is not an academic paper. It is not a textbook. It is not it is a conversation just like you and I having, where I'm sure if I watched this back, I probably said something that was, I misspoke. Maybe you said something that was misspoke.
Oh, yeah.
It's a different context, right? So that's what I'm saying. In the context of what's happening.
Oh yeah, what I was doing, I was just basically doing his own. He was bickering, and he was just anything I would say, he would just say no, it's not. So I was just doing what he was doing to me, to him.
Happening here, yes, I think that it is okay to say that West essentially was correct.
Was he wrong?
Was he wrong?
Yeah, never come back, Josephus. Not welcome. Welcome, Josiah.
Hey, what's going on?
Hello.
Yeah, you can just call me Jaws, or you can call me Josiah, or whatever you want.
What would you like to say?
Well, I was curious on because I want to hear your reasoning. Not necessarily that I want to debate you, unless I, take primary issue with your reasoning on number one, where you say Christianity is objectively proven. When you say objectively there, are you saying just like as a fact, like it is a fact that it has been proven that Christianity is true?
Yeah.
Okay. So where could you provide the reasoning?
Yeah, so the idea is that everyone operates out of like a model of reality, or like we have competing. God isn't just like a regular fact. God is a system of truth, or like a standard of truth. And so the idea is that like only Christians uniquely have a coherent system of truth. Any non-Christian system of truth is incoherent. Therefore, due to the impossibility contrary, Christianity is true.
So is it similar to like Darth Dawkins, like
Yeah.
his like ultimate, like where he says, I guess all or like a worldview needs to have an ultimate authority or ultimate thing in order for it to be completely coherent, like something that all facts would necessarily have to come from, like a precondition, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, there's multiple issues that even with Darth Dawkins, because I listen to him a lot, but there's multiple issues that I take with that sort of position. So would you say that like God or like, I don't know if you hold the same view as him, but like God is the necessary precondition for all facts, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then wouldn't that lead to a contradiction because, you know, God would be a necessary precondition for the fact of his own existence, right?
No, because God would ground himself. He's self-contained. He explains himself. So
Well, right, but you said that God is the precondition of all facts. This
yes.
would also include the fact of his existence. It would be the precondition for the fact of his own existence.
Yes.
Okay, is that not? Does that not show itself to be like contradictory? Because how can it be the precondition of the fact of his own existence?
Because he would have his properties before he like conceives of his properties. So his properties would exist as a precondition for him to conceive of his properties.
Okay, I'm not going to push too hard on that just because it's something that I thought about and I would need to explore more. So it's not necessarily that I'm saying, hey, well, I just dunked on you. But the second thing is when you're saying that you have to appeal to like there has to be an ultimate authority that all facts appeal to. So you have to have some sort of ultimate higher authority, I guess, where all facts originate from. Couldn't you concede, like for me, for example, I would say that I'm an agnostic, that I can concede that sure there is some sort of ultimate fact that everything originates from, but I just don't know necessarily what that fact is.
Yeah, so then you would have brute facts, but the problem with brute facts is that there is no context. Like if you and me disagree on a brute fact, there'd be no further context to determine who's correct. Like uh like George Orwell, he wrote Animal Farm, and there's like a context, inherent meaning where it's about the Bolshevik Revolution. So like if we disagree, if I say I think this is about the Civil War and you go no, it's about the Bolshevik Revolution, there's this context so we can see who's correct. And brute facts would be like if the story had no context, like maybe the story has no intrinsic inherent meaning, that it's just like a random story. There's like no author or something to the story somehow. Um, and we disagree. I think Animal Farm is about the Civil War. You go, I think it's about the Bolshevik Revolution. There'd be no way to see who's correct. And that's how it is with brute facts. There's no like this context to say who's right or wrong, and that leads to like an absurdity where if we can't tell who's right or wrong. Then...
Well, can you give an example of like a brute fact?
What would be a brute fact? I think would it be like logic, maybe?
Like law, yeah. Like I don't know if we can necessarily like account for why logic works, but it seems to only work inside of the bubble of logic, where it's like, you know, like you would have to assume logic exists to even prove that logic can work, right? So yeah, I mean, if you're saying that that's a brute fact, I just don't know. Again, like I don't know if that was fully a response to my question. I mean, maybe it was, and I just didn't understand it. But yeah, like I don't really necessarily understand like why, because I've heard Darth Dawkins, if you guys are both like argue similarly, I've heard him say things like you need to have some sort of ultimate authority, which I can concede that, where I'm like, okay, yeah, you would need to have that, but you could also hold an agnostic position on what that authority is, not necessarily an agnostic position that there is an ultimate authority at all.
Yeah, but that entails a performative contradiction, which would make like knowledge impossible.
Like what?
I told you, it's either we have an ultimate foundation or we have brute facts. But brute facts lead to skepticism because we can't tell who's correct or not.
Well, like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm saying, I'm acknowledging that we could have some sort of ultimate fact that we don't have absolute like access to. Like we don't have access of it.
And I'm telling you, the entailment is brute facts. That's the entailment of your position, is brute facts.
Okay, and what's the problem with the brute fact?
There's no context. If you and me disagree about a brute fact, there's no context to say who's correct.
That's fine. I mean, like then we would just have to provide evidence for what our positions are.
No, that's global skepticism. Then there's no way to determine who's right or wrong. Now we can't debate or argue.
How is that a problem? I don't understand how that would be a problem.
Your worldview not being, if your worldview can't account for the preconditions to debate, when you show up to the debate, you're admitting Christianity is true because Christianity can account for the preconditions necessary to debate.
No, you can hold an agnostic position to that. Like you could say, of course, you could presuppose that logic, is correct. Like your sense.
No. You're acting, and whether you admit it or not, you're acting like Christianity is true. You're just in denial.
I'm acting as if Christianity is true because it's a necessary precondition for me to hold knowledge. Is that what you're saying?
To speak, yeah. Anytime you talk, anytime you reason, you're whether you admit it or not, you're acting as if Christianity is true.
Well, isn't that just begging the question?
No,
because you're asserting that Christianity is like the necessary precondition, where I'm saying that there could be another precondition that I just don't know of yet, or that you don't know of yet,
and that entails a contradiction. And then you go, well, so what?
Well, I haven't. No, I'm not saying so what. I'm saying what, like you haven't demonstrated the contradiction that it presents.
Yes, I did. You would be assuming the preconditions for knowledge and denying the preconditions for knowledge. It's the P and not P.
You don't, but I'm not denying the preconditions for knowledge.
But when you say ultimate is unknown, then you have ultimate mystery. Ultimate mystery is denying the preconditions for intelligibility.
But I'm not denying that. I'm saying that there could be an ultimate. God. I don't understand what you're not getting.
Were you raised by wolves? What's wrong with you?
No, I'm saying I don't understand. Like maybe you can put it in a different way where it would.
You either have a known ultimate that you can identify and defend. That's an ultimate foundation, or you have an unknown ultimate, which is what you are proposing. The unknown ultimate entails ultimate mystery, which is brute facts, and it's a contradiction because if it's true, it can't be true. It destroys the possibility to know anything is true. So that's just the entailment of saying like, well, there could be this thing, but I don't know it. That entails a contradiction.
Yeah, but I'm fine. I'm fine with saying like well, I don't believe I have access to ultimate knowledge or ultimate truth. I can only provide evidence for what I believe.
It's a contradiction.
How is it a contradiction? Like you're saying that you can't know the ultimate truth.
You're fucking predicating, you dipshit. You're saying A is B. In order to say A is B, that's an act of predication, which requires a final reference point to predicate. So you're denying the final reference point of predication while you're fucking predicating. You're fucking contradicting yourself every fucking time you talk, you stupid asshole.
Why are you screaming?
Because you're being like really stubborn and stupid.
That's
Huh?
why.
No, but I'm willing to listen.
No, you're not. I've explained this to you, and you just keep repeating yourself.
But
I've
because
explained.
obviously I don't understand like
Fucking done. You're fucking asshole. God, why do they do that shit? What is wrong with these people?
Between 99% and 100%, sure, he was wrong. In
Was
between that,
he wrong when he said that it was word for word identical? Was he incorrect?
again, the verdict is still out. The verdict is
No,
still
no,
out.
it's
But if
not
you're
out.
saying-
It's not.
if
It's
you're-
not
if
out
you're
on whether it's
if-
identical.
Whoa. If you're saying is 99% the same as 100%, and in a technical sense, in a very technical and academic sense, is that wrong? If you want that one, Alex, you can have that. Okay, you can take that, man. You got it, bro.
Because you're the one who's
99%
throwing
to
out this
100%.
99% number.
No.
I'm not throwing that out. Wes is
Dan
not throwing that out.
McClellan's mentor, who you cited, Alex, said 99%, and we played that clip.
Who I cited?
And then Dan McClellan,
Dan, you mean Dan.
cited Dan. You cited Dan. So
Yeah,
Dan's
right.
mentor, Peter, said 99% publicly. Dan thinks it's 95%. So again, this is something for them to sort out on what the actual percentage is, and I'm going to let the experts sort that out. So I'm saying in a very technical sense, I think that he was essentially right. If you want the 1%, 5% versus 100%, you could have that one, Alex. Is that fair?
I think that's quite important. And again, not to belabor the point, maybe we should move on, but I think that this does just come down to whether you think that a text, which is
I think the audience gets to decide.
93% identical.
Yeah, I think
it
the
is
audience
accurate
gets to
say
decide.
that is word for word. So can I ask you a question then, which I asked in my video, which I don't think I've had an answer to yet, although I haven't looked.
Okay, and I got a bunch of
strenuously
questions for you too. So
I bet. For on this point, then, would you extend the same civility and charitability if my hypothetical were to come true? If a Muslim had gone on Joe Rogan and said that they discovered a Quran from 1,000 years ago, which was word for word identical with the Quran that they had today. Now, I know why you're smiling, because you want to talk about the preservation of the Quran and the Uthmanic Codex and all this kind of stuff, which, by the way,
you made it to that. That part in the video.
I think basically, like, I hate to say it, I think it basically all just like was missed. Like, I don't think you understood the point of what I was trying to say, because none of that actually changes any of this. The point is, like, it doesn't, let's suppose that this person is completely incorrect. It doesn't matter if they're right, it doesn't matter if they're wrong. What I'm saying is, just imagine somebody made this claim, a Muslim made this claim, that they had a 1,000-year-old Quran that was word for word identical, and this really impressed Joe Rogan. And then it transpired that there were, in fact, separate to all of the orthographic variants, thousands of textual variants, including actual missing verses altogether. And this Muslim...
Yeah, because... Exactly. Yeah, Christianity's proven because the Christian God, you need a Trinitarian God. So the Jews and the Muslims have a Unitarian God, and a Trinitarian God is necessary. Because of the problem of the one and the many, you need a God who has distinctions and unity and distinctions. So because we have three distinct persons unified in one Godhead, we can have connections and distinctions that are real. You can think I'm running, but you're just like a goofball, dude. So yeah, you're funny, Joselle. Real funny. Guys sitting here trying to provoke me. The guy's literally just trying to provoke me. That's all he's saying. Like, but why can't I just say that I don't know? And then I explain it to him. But why can't I just say I don't know? And then I explain it to him. And then he goes, oh, but I could just say I don't know. And then I explain why I can't do that. But then, I could just say I don't know. And then I explain why I can't. And it's just like forever. Right? Like, just intentionally trying to provoke me. What a garbage human, you know?
freaking. It's just so rotten. It's just rotten.
Had gone on Rogan, and Rogan was repeating this claim, saying like, man, like I'm reconsidering this Quran because I didn't know that like this one text they found was identical. It's been keeping me up at night. And it turned out that there were actually thousands of textual variants and missing verses altogether.
Make exceptional the standard in the all-new Buick Enclave.
Would you not respond to that Muslim's appearance on Joe Rogan and say, that is incorrect, he got it wrong, and he's making Islam seem more trustworthy than it actually is? Or would you say, hey, everyone, give him some grace because he was basically correct. The Quran is word for word identical with that old text.
Sure.
What would you do?
So one, I wouldn't care. Okay. Two, I would cite Bart Ehrman, who said that just because something is an infallible text doesn't make it true. Okay. So one, I wouldn't care. Two, I would just cite Bart Ehrman and say, well, just because.
What's up,
Hello?
buddy?
Hello?
Hello, Braden.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm sorry, this live, there was multiple voices. Is everyone hearing that, or is it
I was
my live
playing.
glitching?
I was playing. Yeah, I was playing a podcast.
Oh, okay. I strongly disagree with number 5.
Yeah.
Are you going to tell me that the atom, the thing that makes our every thing on Earth is a concept?
I mean, of course, it's a concept. There'd be an abstraction of an atom, and then there would be particular atoms.
So when scientists look into, like, let's say a brick, for example, and they see that the very thing holding the brick together, like, essentially is an atom, you're going to tell me that's a concept?
It's both. There are particular atoms, and then there are abstractions of like what a.
I don't understand what you mean by there's different atoms, because as far as I'm concerned, the atom
Well, then
that's holding
you're not equipped for this conversation, Brandon.
No, I'm asking you to explain it to me, because I think
Brandon,
that what
does
you're
science
saying
depend on the uniformity of nature?
Excuse me?
Does science depend upon the uniformity of nature?
No, science is completely. I'm not sure of the word, but it's
Brandon.
I would say it's
Brandon, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, Brandon, you don't know what you're talking about. All of science, including every human being that walks this earth, presupposes the uniformity of nature. Okay, do you know what the uniformity of nature is?
No, because I don't believe that's a relevant thing.
Okay, Brandon.
It's Braden.
I'm Brandon.
There's a Y in the name.
Okay. Whatever. Bray. I'll call you Bray. I didn't have my reading glasses on. Look, I'm 63. I know a little bit more about life and science than you do at 18. Okay.
Are you a scientist?
Okay. No, I don't have to. I don't have to.
Okay. Then
Bray, listen to
speaking.
me. If you're going to be a belligerent teenager, I'm going to kick you off the stage. Okay.
Continue.
If you're going to be a cocky teenager who thinks you know more than you do,
I said
you're gonna
continue.
get kicked from the stage. Do you want? If a police officer says, "Listen, if you don't stop waving your hands around, I'm going to put you under arrest," and
I
you're gonna go to
literally
jail.
said continue.
Okay, good. Now, the uniformity of nature is the concept that the world around us operates in regular ways and that the future will resemble the past. Okay? This is a concept that is ubiquitous among human beings, and it's also a concept that is a bedrock assumption of all of science. If the scientists did not believe in the uniformity of nature, there would be no point in going into the laboratory. Do you understand?
I mean, I do understand that, but yet the entire time it was all concept, assumption.
Bray, listen to me. You're not focusing. You're talking to me right now. I'm trying to educate you. I know a little bit more about science than you do. Okay? I'm 3 times, look, I'm 3 times your age. I know a little bit more about science than you do.
All right.
Now, the uniformity of nature is a bedrock concept about how the world actually is, without which you couldn't carry on induction. Do you know what induction is?
I'm going to let you explain it.
Okay. I'll ask the question that you dodged again. Do you know what induction is?
No, because I believe you're twisting concepts
Okay,
here.
goodbye. You are one of the stupidest people I've ever talked to on Discord. Goodbye. Another super genius in science, but he doesn't know what induction is. Any comment? P?
What's that?
Any comment on that dumbass?
I'm still this guy I just talked to before is like riled me up because he kept asking me about like why can't I just say there's an ultimate but I don't know what it is. I'm like, well, that's ultimate mystery, and then that's gonna be brute facts, which entails global skepticism. And I like kept walk, and they just go, why can't I just say it's an unknown ultimate? You know, they do that thing and you explain it, and they go, but why
can't I say it's wait a minute? That's a contradiction in terms.
They go, why can't I just say I don't know what
if it's unknown? How do you know there's an ultimate?
Right, that's a good point. I should have said that.
Okay.
Well, that's essentially what I said, because if it's going to be ultimate mystery if it's unknown, right? So that's the problem. Ultimate mystery is the problem. And ultimate,
yeah, but you got to make sure that you make it clear that the way you're using the word ultimate, you're using it ultimate. We're talking about ultimate foundation. That there's something that's ontologically ultimate. Ultimate mystery simply means that the mystery about everything is pervasive.
Well, I made it clear that it's either we have an ultimate foundation or brute facts. Like that's what's going on.
If you don't, hey Josiah, if you don't know that there's an ultimate, then you have no basis for invoking unity in the world. You have no basis to invoke concepts that are correlated or where things have some type of connection one to another. So all you have is a myriad of discrete things. They have no relationship whatsoever one to another.
Yeah, it's because like existence, truth, and ethics are all interconnected. That you need unity.
See, we have people. We have these young males who know squat diddly about logic, philosophy, metaphysics, and they think because they know we made rockets and we sent men to the moon and we have cell towers and we have cell phones, they think they understand science, and they don't.
So like the issue is going to be that there's like this reciprocal relationship between existence, truth, and ethics. Like if you say something exists, then it's true something exists. And if something's true, then something exists. And also if something's true, then we need values, because
look, we have somebody self-pleasuring himself to throwing out philosophical nomenclature in Uptown Anti-Realist. Okay. Mereological simples. So each of these simples are absolute and eternal?
Is that saying like a table, a universal is a mereological simple? What is that saying? Like
mereological relates to science. Okay.
Oh, I thought mereological. God, I can't even say that word.
Yeah.
I thought it has to do with universals, like a mereological nihilist is someone who thinks that a table is just like, it's not a real thing. It's just like a collection of particulars.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
In other words, there's no real unity of the table.
Right. So but then that means every time they talk about unity, they're not saying anything. There's no referent. There's nothing real that they're saying.
They're kind of conceptualizing a table like a school of fish.
Mm.
Okay. Ah, boy, the level of stupidity, excuse me, is just unbelievable on TikTok.
But that doesn't. But then like a particular is a type of unity, or like aren't the simples that compose the thing, like those are a type of unity? Like how do they?
Simply asserting what some people conjecture about the first recorded words about Jesus doesn't make it true. Okay, if you don't accept that the New Testament was written by either eyewitnesses or those who consulted eyewitnesses like Mark and Luke, then you're rejecting the Christian worldview. Okay? It's simple as that. So you reject the Christian worldview, then you destroy your whole world. Okay? Because then you're not going to have an identifiable, defensible model of reality. But they don't care about that because they're stupid.
I
welcome,
wanted to ask
Mr.
on the
Rack.
topic of what I'm trying to understand is why you equate Christianity to the concept of reality.
What do you mean? I related Christianity?
You just said that without Christianity, you do not have a concept
Why
of
are
reality.
you interrupting me?
Because you seemed like you didn't understand my point.
Did
so I
mommy
wanted to
and
clarify
daddy,
the
did mommy
point.
and daddy fail to civilize you?
Listen, I understand you don't want to answer the question, but would you please do your best?
Bye, you rude dumbass.
Why is he mad?
Do you see how psychotic they are? Like these people you see in videos, they're acting disorderly, then they get arrested by the police for disorderly conduct, and then they scream police abuse because they're being arrested. Where do they grow these people? These people are mentally deranged. No, you're not coming up again. You're like a feral child that was found in the forest.
What was this name? Oh, this guy. I talked to this guy. This guy's kook. This guy's crazy.
Okay, so
Don't believe him, Darth. Don't believe him.
Are you an atheist?
Agnostic.
Okay, that's a distinction without a difference. Every agnostic indirectly denies God rather than directly or explicitly deny God. Do you want to dispute that you indirectly deny God?
Yeah, I would dispute
Okay,
that.
good. Do you accept the necessity of God for all truth statements?
I am agnostic to that.
I didn't ask you that question. You see, that was a complete dodge. Okay, I didn't ask you if you know. I said, do you accept it?
No, I don't accept it. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's called a functional de facto denial. Your refusal to accept it means that you are invoking truth statements and propositions without reference to the necessity of God. Are we clear on that point before I continue?
You said the necessity of God, like as in
okay. When you do not accept the necessity of God as the basis of all true propositions, okay, then you are invoking propositions without referencing the necessity of God, okay, which constitutes what is called a de facto denial. Okay, are we clear on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's a de facto denial, it's a denial nonetheless. It may not be an explicit denial, but it is nonetheless a denial. Okay, so the denial of a proposition can either be direct or indirect. You just happen to be indirectly denying the existence of God. Are we clear before we move on?
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask?
Are we clear before we move on?
No, we're not clear.
Good. Go ahead. What would you like to say?
Okay. So the de facto denial of God's existence, would that be because you say that God has revealed himself to all beings, and so every being knows that God exists?
We're not talking about that at this juncture. You're changing the subject.
No,
Okay,
I was just asking.
What we're talking about is your outlook. Okay, people like yourself seem to think that the only way to deny God is to do so explicitly, but it can be done implicitly. So in logic, there's something called modus ponens. If P, then Q. P, therefore Q.
If not P.
Can one proposition logically entail another proposition?
Yes.
Okay, so if we agree that one proposition entails another proposition and somebody asserts the first proposition, are they not also indirectly asserting the second proposition?
Yes, in most cases, yes.
No, not most. If modus ponens holds, then if they affirm the first proposition, then they will be affirming the second one, whether they admit it or not. In
Right.
all cases. In all cases.
Okay. In all cases. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, so when you by choice invoke propositions without referencing the necessity of God, you're committing modus ponens. If P, then Q, P, therefore Q. So what you're saying is, this is a true proposition without reference to the necessity of God. God is not needed. If somebody says God is not necessary, that's a denial of God's existence. God is defined as being the necessary precondition of all things.
So is God also the necessary precondition of facts as well?
God is the necessary precondition of all things that are not himself.
So is that? I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. I don't know if
God is the necessary precondition of all things that do not constitute himself.
So then that would exclude the precondition of his existence, right? Like the precondition of the fact of his existence, right?
Yeah, he's a self-contained absolute being, which is referred to as aseity.
Okay. All right.
Now, the point is this: agnosticism. How old are you?
25.
Okay, so agnosticism was coined and invented by Thomas Henry Huxley in the latter part of the 19th century. He did so because he wanted to destroy the influence of the Church of England and the clergy upon British society and law. Okay, had he come out as the materialist and atheist that he was, like his colleague Darwin, he never would have been allowed to have influence on British society, right? So he invented the term agnostic in order to obscure and conceal his God denialism. So we have historically in origin that the very reason for inventing the term was to conceal his atheism. Nonetheless, in practice, those who identify as agnostics, whether they realize the analysis or not, are denying God's existence while maintaining that they're not explicitly denying his existence. So you can't be neutral toward God. So, for example, the agnostic has already decided that there is no God in whom has made himself entirely clear. The agnostic has also denied that there is no God in whom it is necessary to reference when speaking true propositions. So in both instances, it constitutes a denial of God. So we can stop this little game that's saying, oh, I don't know, okay? Self-identification does not settle the issue, okay? If I tell you I'm Jeff Bezos, does that make me Jeff Bezos?
No.
No. So somebody going, oh, I don't know. What they're claiming is that they're not making a judgment either way, but they already have made a judgment. They've made a judgment that it's not necessary to reference God.
I don't know. I'm trying to work this out of my brain. Maybe I need more time to think about it because I'm not like trying to necessarily refute what you just said. But wouldn't it be like you're not necessarily saying that it's like, yeah, because I guess that if you say that you're
look, if you get pulled over, have you ever been pulled over by a traffic officer?
Of course.
Okay, he's driver's license, registration, proof of insurance. If you just sit there, scratching your fingernails and picking your nose, you're going to get arrested for not providing the document because it's required by law. And when you go before the judge and he says, how do you plead? And you say innocent. And he said, how are you innocent? The officer asked you for your documents and you refuse to give them. And you say, Your Honor, I didn't say a word to him. I just sat there. And the judge is going to say that your inaction was a denial. You don't have to verbally say, I'm not giving it to you. So agnosticism is a verbal camouflage, a type of self-identification, trying to obscure the fact that the agnostic refuses to acknowledge the necessity of God.
Would you? So when you, I know you had a few discussions with Ask Yourself. Was he like invoking the same thing?
Oh yeah. He's an extremely deceitful person, given the fact that he's taken a number of courses on logic and philosophy.
I got you. Okay. I don't have counter argument for you. So I don't.
There can't be one.
Right. That's what I'm saying. In this moment, unless I've like glossed over something or
The
you're
analysis is ironclad.
Okay.
I can explain it to you differently. So agnosticism could be
Here, do you mind if I
out.
write this down? Because I want to like study this and kind of like think about this later.
Yeah, if you want to read a more in-depth analysis of it, you could get a copy. Just Google a survey of a Christian epistemology by Cornelius Van Til, and then look in the early part of the book in the section that deals with agnosticism.
Okay.
Not the introduction. The introduction briefly discusses agnosticism, but when you go through, just search for agnostic, okay, and then just about the third or fourth hit, you'll find a multi-page analysis on agnosticism from a Christian theistic position.
Okay.
And he just totally rips to shreds. The reason why you aren't familiar with this, it's not your own fault. It's because people want an area of fog to run to, because they don't want to affirm God, but they know they can't deny God. Right? So they want to go, oh, I don't know, right? Because that's a legitimate thing to do in some things in life, right? It's legitimate to say you're suspending judgment, but when it comes to God as the singular concrete ground of all being, you can't suspend judgment. Either you're going to acknowledge that there's this single causal first principle that's a mind, whose mind and plan is in which we are in the midst of his plan, or you're just going to operate that he's not. Remember, saying I don't know is just simply a soft denial rather than an explicit hard denial. But it's still a denial. Look, if you tell me you have $1,000 in your pocket and I go, I don't know, that's a soft denial on my part.
Wait, hold on. If someone says that if you have $100 in your pocket and saying you don't know is a soft denial?
Yeah, because knowledge is a subset of belief, and I'm refusing to believe. I'm refusing to. A belief is the positive attitude toward a proposition, and so since I don't accept or embracing that positive attitude to the proposition, it's either a hard or a soft denial.
And a soft denial would be like
yeah, I don't believe you.
Soft denial is I don't believe you, and then a hard denial is I hold an active belief that
yeah. The soft denial is I don't believe you, but I could be wrong.
Okay, so if you're agnostic, you're soft denying. It's a soft denial of the proposition of God's existence.
Yeah, it's a soft denial in terms of the way that it's expressed.
Okay.
Now, the reason why this is not more widely understood is because most philosophers out there have not been of the believing orientation, nor have they been let their philosophy be guided by biblical theology. See, in the biblical worldview, God says you can't be neutral. Right? In the unbelieving world, they say, oh yeah, you can be neutral.
Yeah. So I've been listening to you for a while. Like I've listened to probably an unhealthy amount of your debates, just trying to get an understanding of your position. And of course, this is the first time you and I have been talking. And yeah, I definitely want to go through everything that you, because I took notes on what you said, and I really want to go through and kind of put together like a really solid. I wouldn't say syllogism, not like, kind of like a formal syllogism, but more so like just a basically cheat sheet of kind of the terms that you use and things that you say. And then eventually I want to have like a more informed conversation with you about that. Cause, I find it interesting. I like, even if there's part of me that still is on the fence. And I know you're going to say, well, you can't be on the fence because I've already proven it to you, but obviously I'm not.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Be on the fence about whether you agree with the argument or not, but you can't be on the fence about God.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I accept what you're saying because this kind of analysis is new. It's like a cold glass of water in the face, when you're waking up in the morning.
Well, yeah, and
Because everywhere, in Western culture, it's like, you can be they lead you to believe you can be agnostic about everything.
Yeah, I on the way back from my family's place, I had in the car a debate between you and T Jump, and my girlfriend was listening, and that was the like.
He's mentally damaged.
Yeah, I
has
wasn't
no
a fan of
problem.
him until I heard him debate with you, and I was just like, "Is this guy literally like a child?" Like he's.
Well, that's why in both recordings there's two encounters. I
Yeah.
got furious with him because when people go into blatant irrational mode, I get pissed because they're
Yeah.
wasting my time and they're cheating.
Yeah, because I think most people hold the same position I do, that they kind of are on the fence about this, but either through ego.
There's something wrong with him. He thinks he's smarter. Look, he told me. I said, since you don't believe in God, what is it that is the basis of all that is and cannot be? And his answer was reality.
Yeah, I remember that. He kept saying reality, and then
He told Eli Ayala that he has no idea what the fundamental nature of reality is. Okay, so T Jump he's a weirdo bullshitter, and he also has admitted many times he has mental problems.
Yeah, I think he said he was autistic or something. I don't know, but
it's worse than that. He's admitted to other mental problems.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I like listening to you. I know it can get a little frustrating listening whenever like there's like a screaming match going on, but I understand why you do it because it stops people from being like elusive.
No, people decide that they're going to cheat, lie, dodge, and evade, and be verbally disruptive when their position is getting eviscerated. And I don't mean that as a clickbait, descriptor, because it's people use clickbait titles all the time. I mean, T Jump in the first video he posted of us, I forget the exact wording, but it was total clickbait. I think he said I got annihilated by him. I mean, the guy's delusional.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, a lot of his debates are like that, where like I'll hear his arguments, and it's kind of very nebulous territory, where he's like, "Yeah, the facts of all reality, or the facts of everything that exists is reality."
There's two videos out there called T Jump's Greatest Blunders.
Mm.
You should watch it. It's absolutely devastating.
Yeah, I also like my position that I've kind of been thinking about for like kind of going over in my head is like a more like. I would be cool with holding like a deist position where it's like necessarily like sure like I could see that there is some sort of God.
Oh, it's a contradiction, right, Darth? Deism is a contradiction, right, Darth? Yeah.
Deism is deism says that there is a creator God who does not interdict providentially nor give revelation of himself. So in a deistic world, God cannot be known in any respect. So you won't have rational grounds to invoke God because he doesn't reveal himself.
All right, so it's like, so you're basically back at square one in that.
Well, you can invoke God, but it's irrational because the only way for God to be rationally known is if God engages in revelatory actions of himself to us.
That's right on.
Okay, so let's say somebody says, well, I look at the fine tuning of the universe, and I take it that God is the best explanation of all of this organization and complexity, right? That doesn't get you to God because there's no revelation there.
Right. And
abductive reasoning doesn't get you to a logically necessary conclusion.
Darth, do you do any other debates besides like theism debates, or?
I occasionally discuss politics.
Do you do morality, like that sort of stuff?
Yeah, but it ends very quickly by me dismembering all four of their limbs. That's in reference to the Black Knight in Monty Python, the Holy Grail.
I love that movie.
Yeah, I call it the Black Knight syndrome. So when it comes to morality, right? when people are invoking ethical norms or value judgments, they'll either have an identifiable objective basis, or they'll be entirely relativistic. And if they're relativistic, they're just reduced to skepticism where nothing can be known. A relativistic value judgment is where somebody just says, "Oh, I believe this." So what? How is your belief obligatory? How is your belief objective? Not you, but the person.
Well, I mean, holding the belief would be objective. So, like, if someone held a belief, that they would object.
Not in a not Christian world, it wouldn't be.
Well, I mean, if it was a fact that they, well, yeah, I mean, I guess
in a not Christian world, there's no facts.
Yeah, I guess if we're
all right, look,
God, that's like it's hard to argue against that because it's
let me run through it really quick. A fact, in order to have a fact, you have to have some kind of philosophy of what constitutes factness, right?
Right. You would have to have like an ultimate.
Right. In order to have a philosophy of factness, you have to have an identifiable and defensible model of reality.
To have like reference, like where you're.
In order to have a philosophy of factness, you have to have a model of reality that provides for a philosophy of factness.
Okay, so it'd have
so you need a model of reality for a philosophy of factness, and you need a philosophy of factness in order for there to be facts. So in a not Christian God worldview, what's the model of reality that provides for the philosophy of factness?
When you say factness, like something being a fact, is that what you mean by that?
That something is the case.
Okay, yeah, like something is objective. Something is.
And if somebody says logic, say good, yeah, logic is correct thinking about the world. So then, what dictates what is and cannot be?
Meaning, like a and not a, like the.
Yeah. What makes anything possible and impossible?
I mean, couldn't you fundamentally hold like beliefs in those things rather than absolute like of knowledge or certainty?
A belief is a positive attitude toward a proposition.
Right. So you say, well, I just believe, like I have some sort of belief,
Okay,
and
so you
it's
have a
predicated
mental
on.
state. So how does that correspond to the external world?
How does my belief correspond with the external world?
Have you ever heard of the term veridicalness? It just simply means something is true with respect to the world. So it's veridical that the Eiffel Tower stands in Paris.
Right. So that would be the same thing as saying it's an objective fact that the Eiffel Tower
So
stands.
suppose I held a mental state that the Eiffel Tower is made of Jell-O. Would that be veridical? No.
No. But you could verify that and have like you could go there and verify that, right?
In which worldview?
Well, I mean, it's hard. Like I get, like again, I haven't fully worked this out. So every time I say
when you
something,
talk about verification, you're going to have to assume that you have some semblance of a basic reliability of sensory apparatus. That you have basic reliability.
Even if you just grant that there's like a basic understanding that your senses are like, you're just granting that your senses must or are correct, right?
Why should anyone grant that in a not Christian God world?
Well, because we're
interacting. Not Christian worldview. You have to adopt the Christian worldview.
Since I hold to the Christian worldview, I'm required by my worldview to oppose all other worldviews that they're a figment of people's imagination.
Well, right, but like, I'll just give a quick example where, like, if let's say I'm driving in a car, right, and then I perceive what I feel like I'm perceiving around me is that I look up and I see, or like somebody in the back seat.
What's the ultimate context? That is it the God world or the not God world?
Well, like let's assume in a not God world, right? Because I'm just trying to explore.
So in order to talk about you and the car and the back seat and everything else, one of the fundamental parameters without which you couldn't speak meaningfully is that there's underlying states of unity and diversity in the world. Do you accept that?
Unity, as in there are things that are like
that are things that are identity states that are distinct and discrete from other identity states.
So just even interacting with
the cat is not the dog,
right? Like even interacting with the outside world,
right? So is unity and diversity a fundamental parameter without which we couldn't reason?
Yeah, I think that is the
Okay,
case.
is unity and diversity real?
Is unity and diversity real? As in, is they are a thing inside of reality? I
Yeah,
guess they have to
you
be.
believe you believe that there are various states of unity or identity states. You're assuming or accepting that they're real, right?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I guess even if I was holding belief, I
Okay,
would be.
is Obi-Wan Kenobi real?
He he's a concept,
No,
right?
no, I didn't. No, I'm talking about, is he real as a tangible person?
No, he's not.
Okay, is Superman a real tangible person?
No.
Okay, is unity and diversity real as tangible states?
Yes.
Okay,
About it,
so
that you shouldn't
okay,
even be thinking about it. Yeah.
do you accept that unity and diversity is a fundamental parameter instituted by God according to His plan of creation?
That's. I mean, under your definitions, yeah, I would have to accept that. I mean, I couldn't disprove that currently, and I couldn't
I'm not
like.
asking you to disprove it. I'm just asking you. See,
Like,
what I'm
I
trying
can't. I
to
can't reject it. Like, there's no way I could reject it because any sort of rejection would just ultimately lead to incoherence in your like mentally.
that's what the Bible teaches.
Exactly. There you go.
The Bible says in Romans 1, and it's, you know what's amazing is when you read Romans 1 and you carefully contemplate it, right? And you realize that Paul is making very profound philosophical and metaphysical statements which nail it on the head. Paul says they are without a defense. In other words, when they reject that God is and that He's revealed Himself in creation and human history, he says they are without a defense. In other words, whatever comes out of their mouth implodes upon examination. Okay?
Incredible, yeah.
Okay? That's why when I question, I don't know, you said you've listened to, did you listen to any of my invites to speak with atheists with PhDs?
No, it's been a lot of the kind of circle that I kind of. It's been a lot of the circle that I
Well,
kind of.
when I was invited, I didn't parachute in. I was invited to speak with 8 different PhDs and AMAs on Discord, and every one of them folded and ran away from me. I'm not saying that to brag. I'm just saying that's what happened. It's because they cannot stand under these types of questionings. I asked Graham Oppie, one of the world's smartest atheists, a question. I said, if naturalism, you want to talk about naturalism juxtaposed to God and the natural world. I said, how is naturalism even coherent? What is it that accounts for unity and diversity in your world? And he goes, I see books on my shelf. Okay?
Yeah,
This is somebody who William Lane Craig says is a scary smart atheist. Okay, this scary smart atheist, and I'm not trying to demean him because he is a very smart man, right? He couldn't answer my simple question, and it's not a trick question.
You know, Darth, something very interesting. So I was reading yesterday Meditations back. I've read it a few times, but I was reading it again by Descartes, right? And there's a quote there. There's a quote there where he says the only way we can get out of the the Cartesian evil demon scenario, right, is actually if we presuppose God. So he basically knew that He existed, right? He had absolutely certainty because of the cogito argument. But then he said, well, if I exist, God must exist, but for us to know that we're not in a dream, we have reliable sense data, and that has to come from us presupposing that God exists and that God is omnibenevolent, and He wouldn't deceive us.
Yeah, but Descartes was not advocating presupposing God in the matter of a biblical presuppositionalism.
Yeah,
In other words, we're not. When we say presuppose God, by what we mean by that
the Christian God. Yeah.
I know that, but what we mean by that is that we accept and acknowledge that the world necessarily is indicative of God.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not adopting God or the God of the Bible in the form of fideism.
Yeah.
We're accepting that we're accepting the evidences presented in front of us, that the world is emblematic of ultimate design and intentionality. Now, whether or not the listener or the interlocutor accepts that or not is besides the point. We're accepting that the world is indicative and emblematic of an ultimate end, meaning ultimate design and intentionality. They are not accepting that it is emblematic of ultimate design, right? And both parties claim they're doing so by reason and evidences. So when we say presuppose God, we're not just simply going, oh, I presuppose God, so therefore God exists because I presuppose him. Just so, like if I presuppose that there was an eternal, absolute chocolate ice cream cone controlling everything. No, that's not. So we need to we need to clarify. Presupposition just simply means is what is your most fundamental baseline primitive, if you will, that grounds all facts. Right? Yeah. It doesn't mean that we're just simply adopting it out of convenience or because we like the idea. We claim that we have reason and evidence. Yeah. Right? Now, the unbeliever is going to say, well, no, you don't. Okay, good. Then we can discuss and debate that. But
that's right.
But when Van Dale said, unless we presuppose God, Van Til did not reject the notion of rational discourse and evidences that indicate God's existence. When he said we presuppose God, what he meant is that we accept and acknowledge that the world is evidence and a rational justification to indicate God.
Absolutely. Yeah, Darth, what I was just trying to say is like, and of course I don't agree with everything that this person says, right? But like even Rene Descartes, because all philosophers like read into him that he had this transcendental argument that God is the precondition for any knowledge, right? And that's why, God, he because we have knowledge, God, and because God is the precondition for knowledge,
but his acknowledgement of God was a leap of faith. Because remember his noumenal phenomenal distinction.
Oh, I think that was Kant, right?
I'm sorry. Who were you talking about?
Descartes. Oh, I was talking about Descartes.
Descartes. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Kant. Okay.
Yeah, Descartes. Yeah. Descartes believed that he actually believed in absolute certainty that God exists, and he actually says that because God exists, we can rely on our sense data, right? And we can know that we're not in a dream.
I know, but the problem with Descartes is he tried to start with what was the most indubitable fact.
Yeah,
was that he exists.
He was a rational.
Right? So the problem with that is he shouldn't have said, I think, therefore I am. He should have said, I think, therefore the great I am.
Exactly. I think the ordering was incorrect. He should have first the indubitable belief. The first indubitable belief is that God exists. Therefore, we can know that we exist and we have knowledge, right? And therefore, we can,
It's not that he's entirely wrong, but he wasn't entirely correct either.
Darth, can I ask you a?
So 1 second, though. So Darth, would you say like the atheists? So for the atheists, they can never really get out of these global skeptical scenarios, right? Like the dream argument.
No, that's why Van Til gave an illustration of an abyss of absurdity.
Yeah, that's right.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering because I'm just curious. Is this argumentation that you came up with yourself, or did this originate from somewhere, or was this all just over the years of you debating
this kind of critique has been propounded by the likes of Cornelius Van Til, Greg Bahnsen, John Frame, and other biblical presuppositionalists, but it ultimately derives from the implications and ramifications of the propositions in the Bible.
Gotcha. Is there, like, other than the survey, what was it? The
Survey of the Christian Epistemology.
Yeah, and on agnosticism, is there anything else that could, like, even more elucidate, like, kind of your own argumentation? Because I know that there are other Christians who don't.
You could get the objective proof for Christianity.
Okay. Is that by?
That's by Bahnsen.
Bahnsen. Okay.
Bahnsen. And it's not really writing to lay people, but it's writing to Christians. But it's gonna lay out the essential apologetic.
Gotcha. Man, I hate when people, like, especially like atheists, come through and hear your argumentation and they go, "Oh yeah, here goes Darth again. Like, this guy's an idiot." It's like, it's clearly you're not. Like, I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass, but clearly you're
No,
not.
I don't. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Clearly, they're just lying. They're just invoking that I'm an idiot because they're absolutely contemptuous of what I have to say.
By the way, Darth, can I add something? Like, this argument also has been used by many different philosophers in the past, right, Darth? Like, I cited one example, like, they don't use it exactly like how we use it, like Rene Descartes, right? They also have Leibniz, Newton, the founders of modern science, like
No,
Leibniz, Newton.
Egyptian, no, they don't. Descartes doesn't do this style of argument.
Yeah, he doesn't do it the same style, but
No,
some
but
people have
they're
read
not.
into him that it's a form of transcendental argumentation.
It's
right?
not,
That
though.
he spoke about.
No, it's not.
Don't confuse some of their ideas that overlap into a biblical presuppositional model for the biblical presuppositional model themselves.
Yeah.
Like, let's take for example the Kalam. Okay, everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe had a cause. Okay, it's not that it's entirely wrong, but it's not right either. Okay, so we can only acknowledge by receiving God's revelation that unless it is the case that God reveals to us that He is, and that He is the first cause, and that He is the ultimate, then we cannot know that everything that begins to exist has a cause.
That's right. Yeah, what I meant, Darth, is like the transcendental by, like, if knowledge then God, the type of thing. Many philosophers throughout history said that God, we need to believe in, but they didn't do it like a biblical sense.
If you read, what you want to do is read the book. It's a short book. It's called Van Til and the Use of Evidence. It's a very short book.
Yeah. I downloaded it, Darth, from the PE Cloud. And
Yeah.
I'm reading.
Yeah, it's really worth reading. It's really good. It's a very rare book. It's so rare that I wanted to get my hands on it that I paid $50 for it. So
Thank you for that, Darth, that you gave it to me as a Christmas gift.
Yeah,
Is there anybody that has given you like the most challenge in terms of arguing? Like is there anybody that has like pushed you even the slightest bit?
well, there are people that are more intelligent than others, but they're all invoking the same thing. It's just that some of them are intelligent and present a more sophisticated nonsense.
And do you think those are do you think the stupid ones are more dangerous than the smart ones? Or do you think it's the other way around?
In what way are they dangerous?
Like, as in, yeah, I guess that's a good question. I guess the smart ones are the ones that you struggle. I guess you would struggle with the most to get them to understand.
The smart ones are the ones who try to resort to all sorts of deceptive rhetoric.
Yeah, and then the stupid ones are the ones that just kind of insult and throw feces back and forth.
Like you mentioned, ask yourself right there. I mean, he's not a stupid young man. He's taken a number of courses and understands basic logic, but he's using his knowledge of logic, okay, and mental acuity to do just mental gymnastics to dodge, dance, and delay.
It's not really an issue of intelligence. That's not. It's like a matter of their hearts.
Regardless of their education or intellect, they're all going to come down basically saying the same thing. They're going to be invoking a model of reality in opposition to the Christian worldview, but their model of reality cannot be properly identified or accounted for at all.
Man, I'm just.
I'm going to be honest with you. This is not to toot my own horn, okay?
Gotcha.
I would not be afraid to go up against any philosopher in the world who opposes the Christian worldview. Not because I'm smarter than they are, not because I'm more educated, but the background information that I'm operating from, I know that it's indispensable for a reason. So I wouldn't be afraid to go up against any philosopher. in the sense that discussing the existence of God. I have no there is no unbeliever on this planet that can rationally justify there is no God. It can't be done.
It's impossible. Yeah.
It's a literal impossibility.
Well, I mean, isn't it like unfalsifiable?
Who, you mean God?
Yeah.
Yeah, that God's unfalsifiability is what you would expect to be characteristic of that which is ultimate. That's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Right.
But you see, the people who bring up the falsifiability criterion, they're trying to say that it's a vice, right? In other words, let me explain it to you. They'll say, in order for a proposition to be worthy of belief, it must be, in principle, falsifiable. Okay? Now, originally, the proposition went that in order for a proposition to be considered to be true and meaningful, it must be falsifiable. But they changed that. They changed it to, it must be, in principle, falsifiable. Okay? Because they realized that there are certain propositions that are meaningful and worthy of belief that you can't falsify. So they changed it to in principle falsifiability. But if all propositions must be in principle falsifiable, then there will be no proposition that is considered to be ultimate or immune from revision. Okay? In other words, if something is immune from revision, it could not be in any circumstances falsifiable. But if any proposition, if all propositions, in order to be accepted as true and meaningful, must be in principle falsifiable, that means nothing can be considered to be absolute. And if you have no singular absolute from which all things other derive, then you have no verification for anything. And if you have no verification for anything, you have no falsification for anything. So the falsification principle, when it is used broadly in philosophy as a universal standard, it implodes upon itself. Right? It's okay to say, in order for me to believe in some propositions that you want it to be falsifiable, that's fine. But when you use it as a universal standard, it destroys itself.
The universal standard argument, is that like from the objectivity or the objective proof of Christianity in the book by what's his name?
I don't recall that they specifically address that, but the sophists, atheists on like Discord in years gone past, they bring out the falsification criterion, not that it is actually a negator for the existence of God, but it's just it's a criterion that they throw out in order to stymie the believer from presenting God as worthy of acceptance. The falsification criterion is a historical permutation of logical positivism. Logical positivism in the 20th century was a group of logicians headed by people like A.J. Ayer, who said, in order for a proposition, and oh, by the way, that was an extension of what we call the positivists, okay? And positivists were, just basically materialists, okay? But the logical positivists were the logicians and philosophers in the 20th century, a number of them out of Europe, who said that for any proposition to be considered to be meaningful and accepted as true, it must be verifiable by our senses. Okay? Well, that ultimately was found to be false because it's self-refuting. Okay? How do you verify the principle of logical positivism by your senses? You can't. But, bad ideas take a long time to die. Well, logical positivism morphed into the falsification criterion, that in order for a proposition to be meaningful or accepted as true, it must be in principle falsifiable, that there must be something that could potentially count against it, right? But I just explained to you why the falsification criterion, when it's used as a universal standard, destroys itself.
Because then it wouldn't account for a universal
Yeah, if all propositions have to be in principle falsifiable, that means that no proposition is absolute or immune from potential revision. So therefore, whatever you attempt to falsify, okay, let's say we have proposition X, right? You're going to attempt to falsify it. Well, in order to falsify it, you have to have something that you verify to use as the negator. Okay? In order to falsify A, you have to have the negator not A.
Right. So like it's your entire argumentation is just airtight.
Let me just finish. In order to negate A, you have to verify not A.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So in order to negate a proposition, you have to have a proposition that functions as the negator. But wait a minute. If all propositions can't be immune from revision, then no proposition can be considered to be absolute, because there could be some scenario that we might observe where it might be false. Therefore, that proposition is not necessarily true. And if it's not necessarily true, you won't be able to use it as an absolute negator.
Okay. So it's like your entire argumentation is like it's like it seems like everything is connected together. It's just like they're if one piece is gone, then it all falls apart, and then it's just completely intelligible.
You would have to be more specific as to what
Like I'm talking about the opposition. I'm not talking about your argumentation. I'm saying like the way that your argumentation and the way that you've presented everything is just like there's no room
it's a house of cards.
Right. There's no room for negation. There's no room for any of it to be wrong. It has to all be correct. And if even one thing,
if you either accept the Christian worldview compositely or not, you just can't pick and choose.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You know what, Darth? What I'm going to do is I'm going to think on this, and I'm gonna look into the books that
Think about it. You can't really think because you know it's irrational if you reject the Christian worldview.
Okay, but I know, but like you even saying that is not helpful. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the sources themselves, and I'm going to read those. And I'm going in, and I'm letting you know from the beginning, I'm going in this to refute you. But if I cannot, then I will de facto have to become.
I don't have a problem that you have an intent and a goal to systematically refute our position.
Right, and I understand.
Fine with that. I'm fine with that. What I get indignant about are all these sophists who cheat and are deceptive and evasive.
I have no desire to do that.
If you say to me, I flat out don't agree with you, and I'm going to do my best to study and try to refute you, I'm fine with that.
You were being obtuse when you were talking to me, to the point where I went off on you.
Yeah, but the only reason why is because I purely, I guess, did not understand what you were saying. So I was
Dude. There's no way. I literally explained it to you like 5 times.
Well, maybe I don't know. The way Darth put it, it's a little bit more understandable.
You know why? Because I have a sexy voice.
No, he wasn't treating me the way he was treating Darth.
Well, if I was doing that, I apologize. I didn't do it purposefully. That's why whenever you were saying that I was like purposefully antagonizing you when you kicked me, I was like, wait, no, I wasn't. I was actually being genuine with you.
Oh my God.
But anyway, if I come out of the other end and I cannot, then I guess de facto I would have to become a Christian. I guess I would have to become.
You wouldn't have to. You could just continue on your merry way to eternal destruction.
Right, and then go to hell, I guess.
Yeah.
That would suck.
And people do that.
Well, I mean, if I went through the whole process and I was like, well, yeah, this objectively proves that God exists, but I'm not, like, I don't want to go to hell, and neither do I want anybody around me to go to hell.
Right.
So I would strongly urge everybody around me to become a Christian if I also believe in God.
One of the things that has so significantly undermined the idea that there's going to be an afterlife and punishment is the pervasiveness of the garbage theory of evolution. It is so shocking. Evolution is such a garbage theory. that it gained traction. And people go, what are you talking about? Look at all the papers and the technical books and all the scientists that support it. That doesn't mean it's not a garbage theory. Okay? It just means that and I can give you direct quotations where some of the top people in the 20th century, the history of evolution, some of the top experts have admitted that evolution per se, Darwin's concept of evolution, is not something that's observable and testable, right? It can't be repeated. And the major reason why they accept it is because the alternative is completely unacceptable to them. And the only alternative to mechanistic descent or evolution is special creation. And the adoption of evolution has completely undermined people saying, oh, well, if evolution is true, the Bible isn't true, God isn't true, hell isn't true. Okay, it's all a big fairy tale. But you see, the Bible makes it very clear. It says that if we reject the revelation that God has given through creation and through human history, he temporally judges us instantaneously where we fall into deception, self-deception. God could have made it so that people who did not want to accept his revelation were not deceived, and they would continue through the rest of their life realizing that they're on the run from God, right? But it's a temporal judgment.
So does, like, your argumentation, does it lead to Christianity's God objectively exist, or could that apply to other gods depending on how they're defined?
Because in order to have a coherent worldview, you're going to have a perfect God. And the attribute set of the Christian God is the only one in the annals of history that represents perfection. And no God that is in the future could match the property set of the God of the Bible. Because if it did, it would be the Christian God. And that includes God being a Trinity.
When you say perfect, like, how are you defining?
It means he has all great making properties and has them without deficit.
Great making properties, like, as in things that make him great.
Properties that are greater to have than to not have. So it's greater for God to be omniscient than non-omniscient.
Right. Okay. So he has all three omnis, the omnipotent.
And so because God, as the single causal first principle, he has the property of being omnipotent, which means he institutes all that's possible and impossible. Therefore, because of his omnipotence, he can bring it to a world and construct it in such a way to operate in a certain way. But that's going to also require that he's omniscient. And God would have to be omniscient. But if God were omnipotent but not omniscient, then the way he constructs things may not work the way he intends for them to do.
Wait. Could you say that again? You said if he would, so he's not all three?
No, I'm saying a hypothetical. If God were omnipotent but not omniscient, then the way he constructs the world may not work the way he intends it to.
Okay.
Or likewise, if God was omniscient but not omnipotent, he may know how things will work perfectly the way he intends, but he may not be able to facilitate it because he doesn't have the sufficient power.
Mm-hmm.
Then another thing is if God is not always truth revealing, and by that I just don't mean special revelation. Revelation in the Bible is whatever state of affairs God brings into creation to come into contact with our consciousness, insofar as we're not drawing wrong inferences. Okay? So when you look at the sun and the moon, that's a revelation of God. When you look at your fingernails, that's a revelation of God. Okay? Now, when you read the Bible, that's a revelation from God, but that's a special revelation. So imagine we have a God who is ineffectual in his revelation. Well, then you could not be assured that anything that comes into your consciousness actually reflects how things are. Okay?
Right. Like objective,
right. Then we talk about God being triune. Okay, in order for God to be perfect, he's going to have to be characteristic of both unity and diversity. Okay, so this answers the one and the many problem in philosophy. Okay, in philosophy, what is more paramount or ultimate? Is it unity or diversity? And what is it that accounts for the unity and diversity in the world? Well, the answer is the ultimate one of the many, that is the triune God. Now, if God were a Unitarian being, he couldn't be perfect because he couldn't actualize love or relationality as an aspect of personhood before creation. So he wouldn't be perfect. Then if you move to a beinity where God was just two persons, the two of them would be in eternal relationship within the context of a void, okay? Rather than that their relationship would be in the context of a third person, okay? I mean, it gets rather technical, but what I'm saying is, when you look beyond the mere theological statements in the Bible and you contemplate them deeply in terms of metaphysical considerations and philosophical considerations, they're unbelievably robust and unassailable. Although people attempt to, the level of foolishness, even by really smart people, is staggering. Right? Once you understand the biblical worldview, okay, from the perspective that I am recapitulating, then you can totally blindside any atheist with a PhD. Okay, if you go onto the videos and look up the videos where I was invited to speak with 8 atheists with PhDs, they were all blindsided. They were gobsmacked. They didn't know what to say. I'll say, all I simply did was this. I'll say, okay, how is it that God doesn't exist? And then they give their usual slogans. And they'll say, how does that follow from what you're saying that God necessarily does not exist? And nothing they say logically necessarily follows that God doesn't exist. Let me simplify it for you, right? In order to falsify A, you need to instantiate not A. So if God is the ultimate identity state, in order to falsify God as an identity state, you need to put on the table an identity state that functions as the negator for the identity state of God. So what's the identity state that they can put on the table? What is it, naturalism?
And by identity state, you're meaning
Any statement of unity, either irreducible or compound. So, for example, an electron could be considered an irreducible identity state, or an atom would be a compound identity state. So you can take any identity state, either irreducible or compound, right? That the identity state possesses unity of some kind. So, for example, if I said to you the cosmos, that's an identity statement. That's a compound statement of unity, right? That state of unity is composed of a myriad of independent states of unity or identity states, right? So what identity state from the smallest scale to the grandest scale negates God? How would somebody be able to establish that any identity state exists with independence from God? If somebody shows me that a rock on the side of the road exists with complete metaphysical independence from God, they just falsified God. But how would they demonstrate that the rock exists with independence from God?
right. Okay, so they wouldn't even be able to demonstrate that.
Yeah. So all of these arguments, they're just sophistry. Like they'll say, "Oh, well, if God is this timeless being, that God cannot create time." Blah blah blah. Well, how do they know what time is? Right? And like when they'll say, "Well, if God is timeless, then that God can't exist." Say, well, then maybe their understanding of time is mistaken.
It's because God is a metaphysical claim, and as human beings, we can't really make a metaphysical claim in like a justified sense, like as science couldn't justify any metaphysical claims, and philosophers, they talk about metaphysical claims, but they never like justify them. They really just assume them. So
you'll notice that even when I ask philosophers, how is it God doesn't exist? Almost all of them respond in the same way. They'll say, "Oh, well, I just don't have evidence for God." How does that statement? How does it follow that God doesn't exist?
I prefer it.
Yes, saying you don't have evidence is not like refuting the existence of it. It's just saying that
Well, to say there's no evidence for God will either be cashed out is that the world is indeterminate with respect to God, or the statement "there's no evidence for God" is a stipulation that the world is to be regarded as being independent of God. How
Are
did they
you,
determine the world was independent of God?
Darth? Personal question: are you relatively like healthy? Are
Yes.
for your age? Yeah, because this may take me a while, so I don't want you to like, I don't like not trying to.
I have zero health problems
Okay,
other than
awesome. Because like not trying to
I
sound morbid.
occasionally get yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say not trying to
Why do
sound
I
morbid, but I don't want you to like croak out on me before I can prove you wrong.
No, I have no health problems that I'm aware of.
That's good. I'm glad. All right, man.
But I am 63, and
No
at my
physical
age,
health problems, just the
Yeah,
narcissism.
just mental.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
I
just
think it's pretty
other
clear.
than that, I'm insane according to the atheists.
Well, I'd say like you definitely, and this is not a dig at you because I know I'm.
You can dig at me as long. Look, as long.
I don't necessarily dislike you. At first I did, but then after talking to you personally, I'm like, oh wait, wow, he's actually a pretty cool guy. But you do have a very big ego, which I can too. But
Okay. See, the way that you're expressing yourself is in a dignified, thoughtful manner. You're not being like a sleazy idiot teenager. I don't agree with you.
Right.
But the point is the way that you see, it's the way people express themselves that get themselves into trouble with me.
Well, remember, I'm also an adult, and I have a son myself. Like I have a family of my own as well. So it's like I've done a little bit of growing up. If I talked to you whenever I was about 18, yeah, you and I probably would have not gotten along. But I've learned a lot of things throughout the years.
Yeah, you learn. Hopefully, people learn when you get older. So how do you, when you say I have a big ego? Okay, am I promoting myself on the internet?
No, it's just the whole. I maybe it was a wrong characterization of you, but that's kind of like the thing that's flung around.
Well,
But
I'm just saying you. What's your rationale that I have this inflated ego?
I guess it would be like when people talk over you, or when people like say things that you don't agree with, you'll like overtalk them over and over.
That's because I'm dealing with people who are complete idiots and they're wasting my time. You see, what you don't understand from my perspective, okay, right, is that I deal with people that say the same bullshit over and over again. They're uneducated, they're not intelligent, and they're just wasting my time. I'm not just interrupting them to bulldoze them. I'm just stopping them from wasting my time. Typically, when people respond to me, the majority of times when I interrupt, I'm interrupting because what's coming out of their mouth does not bear resemblance to my question.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Other times when I interrupt people, okay, and I get indignant when people are blathering idiots and I try to interject to bring clarity to the situation, right? And they refuse to cooperate. And then they go into full verbal disruption mode. And then I go ballistic on them.
Yeah, I've seen that quite a few times.
Have I gone ballistic on you at
No,
any
no,
time?
because I think I handled you.
You told me I had an inflated ego. Did I go ballistic on you?
No,
I went ballistic
I
on
can
him.
retract that for the sake of I can.
No,
for the
I
sake
mean,
of,
listen, you are more than welcome to criticize me at any time, as long as you're doing it in a civil, methodical, and not a crazed teenager approach.
I went ballistic on him like right before this conversation because he comes up here and he keeps asking me, what were you asking me about? Like, oh, why can't I just say I don't know what the ultimate is? And I explained it to you like 5 or 6 times. And he just kept asking the same question over and over and over again.
You understand that I have a cavalcade of people that are willfully stupid, uneducated, and they think they're philosophical geniuses. They know that I know more about the subject than they do, and they don't even just want to show a little bit of deference and listen a little bit, even though they disagree.
See, this Cartesian guy.
if I'm talking to somebody who, let's say, has a PhD in philosophy, I'm going to try to show deference to them because they have a greater academic status and knowledge base than I do. That doesn't mean that I have to agree with them. The people you hear me go ballistic on are well deserving it because they're acting like asses.
Yeah, I fully acknowledge that you are way more experienced in this field than I am. And so anytime I heard you argue, it was like there was always this explicit, like there was always this thing in the back of my head where I was like, I disagree with him, but I don't know why I disagree with him. So I was like, I kept trying to search for the answer, and I'm still searching for that. But
Do you know there are instances where I have prolonged disputes with people, but they present themselves in a mature and thoughtful manner, and I don't go ballistic on them because they're not acting like asses.
Yeah, I can see that now because my initial thought was, oh, well, just anybody who disagrees with him, he's going to just explode on them. But now I see it's more so the way that someone presents themselves that is a little bit more important to you than it is exactly their beliefs.
Look, if they cheat in the conversation, they ignore what I present to them, right? And then it's clear to me they don't understand, and I'm saying, wait a minute, let me explain this to you and all that. And they're just you know, I'm going to go ballistic on them.
Yeah, I do think that if the common theme that I noticed is a lot of people get confused by your terms. So like there'll be things that you say like ultimate, like a lot of people aren't really even understanding what you mean by ultimate. So of course they're going to ask you for a follow-up. And then I think people get scared to ask you for more clarifying questions because they don't want to come off as stupid, which I think is
I don't agree with you that they're scared. I think they're arrogant.
I don't mean scared as in like they're just scared that you're just going to berate them. I mean scared as in they are fearful that it's going to make themselves look dumber.
These people, look, the biggest problem that I have with interlocutors is not their content or their disagreement. The biggest problem I have is their shitty attitude.
Gotcha.
Okay? And I don't take kindly to shitty attitudes. And people resort to shitty attitudes when they're losing.
Yeah, I noticed that. Like, a lot of people will bring in their egos and kind of their audiences, and they don't want somebody to come in and make them look stupid.
Look, when I constantly am telling Charlie to wipe that smirk off of his face, he doesn't have a good attitude about it.
Yeah.
Do you, Charlie?
Yeah. Change your profile picture.
See, he's ignoring me now.
Yeah.
You know why? Because he's Charlie the Smirker.
No, yeah, I see that. I think you're a pretty reasonable guy. I don't think that you're just this because a lot of in the atheist sphere, like the Matt Dillahunties and stuff like that, they really
that guy's a clown.
Yeah,
the guy's a philosophical clown.
Yeah, knowing more about like argumentation for atheism, I don't think a lot of his argumentation really holds up all the time, or like everything he brings up. Because I think that if you guys went up against each other, I think it would kind of.
I would love to have a conversation with Matt Dillahunty where he can't do his usual bullshit with muting people.
Yeah,
that would,
I just
do you know how many
won't.
people would love to see that?
I just know he won't, just because I think it was the clips or whatever that they had of you in other servers of where you said
that's just that's a vacuous excuse on his part.
Yeah,
just like when he ran away from
Andrew Wilson.
He ran away from that. He was just pissed because Andrew was condemning the trans community, and his husband is
Andrew didn't say anything about Matt Dillahunty that Matt Dillahunty hasn't said about Christians, so he has no right.
Exactly. Yeah, I think running away from a debate like that is not. It's not the best look, and he obviously gets heated about these kind of things.
Did you see when Andrew was bringing up the subject, right?
Mm-hmm.
Matt Dillabloviator, while he's sitting there listening, you can see his face light up like a Christmas tree.
He's like, "Oh wait, my way out."
Well, no. I don't think that when you see the look on his face, he just has his face lights up, not in joy, but in just like, when somebody says something so outrageous, you almost have a smile on your face. There, it's just like, right?
Yeah, when I seen that debate, I actually like Andrew Wilson. Like, I used to be a big fan of Matt Dillahunty, and over the years, I've just really he's gotten really annoying to me with the hanging up and the screaming at people. And
by the way, I'll tell you a little secret. He had a falling out with the Atheist Church of Austin. Did you know that?
I heard that they stopped associating, but I don't know
they broke up. Yeah, I was involved in that a little bit.
Really?
I'm not going to tell you why.
You don't. You don't have to. You don't have to.
I got the ball rolling, and of course people are recording this right now, and I don't care. But I'm delighted that I had a part in that.
Wow. Well, because I know he made videos about that, but like Matt,
I love it. He was crying on camera.
Yeah,
not that there's anything wrong with a man crying, but
yeah, I don't know. Like a lot of the way Matt acts on debates, it's very hard for me. Like, I like somebody like Alex O'Connor, which I know you've said some disparaging things about him, but I like to I like to listen to him. I think he's like
Alex is less stupid than Matt Dillabloviator.
Right. I think he's like the next logical step, like from Christopher Hitchens. You go Christopher Hitchens, and then Alex is just an upgraded.
No. There's no comparison between the two. Christopher Hitchens was just somebody who's engaging in bombastic rhetoric.
Well, right. I mean, I don't even think most of his arguments even held up.
I think Alex is a large class above Hitchens. Hitchens. Did you ever see the debate between Hitchens and William Lane Craig?
Yeah, I did, and that was one.
Did you see the Q&A?
I can't remember exactly what was said.
In the Q&A, Hitchens literally imploded and was just rambling incoherently at one point.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Like, I am a big fan of Christopher Hitchens, not for his like atheist arguments and stuff. I just like him as a like a narrator and kind of somebody who speaks.
There's no
he doesn't
doubt.
make arguments.
He's a gifted orator.
All he does is every time, and when he's in like a debate, quote debate, right? He doesn't make arguments. Every time that it comes to him, he just reframes the discussion.
Yeah, there are times in which they would ask him a question and he wouldn't even answer it, like, the origins of evil, these things like that. He would just kind of.
Did you know that he's a theist now?
Who?
Hitchens.
Oh, Hitchens is a theist now?
Yes.
What is it? Oh, okay, because you're saying he knows. Well, because he died.
Right.
So you're saying he. Like, I think I know where you're going with that, but. I mean, you're entitled to your belief, Darth. Even as morbid as it is, because I know he did say something, but he's a lot bolder of a man than I am. Because, like, if I got to the pearly gates and I met with
the guy is borderline Looney Tune. First of all, he's an alcoholic, so no wonder he didn't want there to be a God. He was asked by Todd Friel, and you can see the video on YouTube. Todd Friel said to Christopher Hitchens, "What if it's the case that God does exist? And he's created this world, and he's put you here in it, and he's allowed you to make a good living off of the royalties of your book, okay, and have a nice home and a family. Wouldn't he have been good to you?" And Christopher Hitchens goes, "No, because then that would mean I would have an eternally supervising parent who's constantly keeping me under surveillance and not letting me get on him with my life." Totally psychotic response.
Yeah, I don't think that was a good argument. But don't you wish you could have his voice?
Whoa. Good argument. It's a psychotic response.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't even think that it was even a good argument. Like, it wasn't a good argument. Like, it was just.
No, he said, because he would keep me under surveillance. First of all, that's a complete misrepresentation of the nature of God. God being omniscient is not a voyeur singling certain people out for spying on them with binoculars like mommy and daddy. So he, right off the gate, he has a complete misrepresentation. Then he says, and then he would not let me get on with my life. In other words, how did God providentially interdict to change Christopher Hitchens' choice of life? He didn't.
Yeah, he was just using that as a metaphor to like kind of relate to.
No, but it's twisted thinking. This is not an intelligent thinking. Okay, so the fact
I'm agreeing.
What he really means is, no, God would have been good to me because he would be God. Okay, in other words, when he says, and he wouldn't let me get on with my life, what is really meant for that is that Christopher Hitchens realizes that he's going to be held accountable when his life is over on Judgment Day. That's what he's really referring to, because he couldn't possibly mean that God is providentially interdicting and stopping him from certain life choices. So you see, when asked even the simplest of questions, he gives a convoluted, borderline psychotic answer. You see, an atheist who didn't have psychotic reasoning would say, well, in the case that God exists and he did put me on this planet and I made millions of dollars of royalties of my books, then I guess in that situation you could say God was good to me.
Yeah,
But
I would agree.
He couldn't even bring himself to say that because he has such hatred toward God being God.
Yeah, and I don't even think I would agree with God poisons everything, or that God was like or the idea of God is just bad for everything.
He tells him religion poisoned everything. Tell that to all the victims of Stalin, Schmittler, Mao Zedong, okay, and other communist dictators in the 20th century who slaughtered hundreds of millions of people.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would even say like just positively believing in God or like some sort of afterlife has some utility in it, has like positive utility in it. Which I was speaking to my girlfriend the other day about this, where I was like, me as an atheist, we've already discussed that, but just what I believe, I was saying, I don't think that religion is all bad, and I don't even think that it all like believing in God is like bad either, because they're like I would definitely interact with the world differently.
Hitchens was a train wreck.
Well, I would definitely interact with the world differently if I had a belief that when I died I was going to go to heaven. Like I feel like life would feel a lot more positive if I had that belief.
Anyway, well, we're going to move on. We have Adrian. What would you like to say, Adrian?
Hey, brother. I just love hearing the objective proof for God. It's gold. So I just want you to go over it again. I'm going to jump off and listen.
It's like the Seinfeld episode. Do you remember the Seinfeld episode with Banya?
No.
Banyan was this really weird and creepy fellow comedian, and he starts picking up these jokes that aren't funny, and he goes, "They're gold, Jerry, gold." You'll have to look at the episode.
That wasn't a joke. That wasn't a joke.
Yeah,
it's the best argument I've ever heard in my life. So I just love hearing it. It's the best argument ever.
What it is it's a philosophical representation of what the Bible simply teaches.
Round of applause. Round of applause.
And Charlie just sits there, silent, smirking.
Objective proof for God. Amazing. I'm going to jump off.
Well, you see, when they say, well, that's not objective proof, say, well, that's not a refutation. That's just a counterclaim.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to use descriptive.
Damn. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Dark,
this is
do you
why
have a
when I
YouTube channel?
stream, what's that?
Do you have a YouTube channel?
No.
You don't? You should.
No.
Why don't you should make one? You could totally like earn money from, or like revenue from.
I could, yeah.
Oh, you said you code?
He doesn't have his ego's not big enough. See, if he had a bigger ego.
He has, right.
Because I have such an inflated ego.
I told you I took that back. I took that back.
It would me having my own YouTube channel would mean that would be taking away people paying homage to me in their YouTube channel. So
It's like when you're a thief, you like cut off your hand, right? So you don't steal. So Darth knows what would happen if he has a YouTube channel. So he avoids the corruption.
So is that the reason why you don't want to? Because I think you would do well on
No,
YouTube.
we're just kidding. We're just kidding.
I know.
I don't post videos probably more out of laziness than any other reason.
I just think it's a missed opportunity, because if you would have started like,
I don't disagree with you, you know. But fortunately, thanks to the like of the idiot Tom Rabbit and others, there's a proliferation of my videos out there. They've done for me what I could never have done for myself.
yeah, I heard the old, hey Tom Rabbit.
Hey, Tom Rabbit. Tom likes to make recordings of me. Hey, everybody.
Yeah, I've heard this. Yes, I've heard that.
It just goes to show you that here we have a grown-ass man who behaves on the internet like a 16-year-old.
Do you think Tom Rabbit is listening now?
Oh, I don't know.
Seems like he's not as obsessed. It seems like he's kind of like, he's not really making videos anymore.
Because there will be copyright issues if he records our streams. Okay, so when I do my streams, I own the copyright to that, in addition to TikTok.
Gotcha.
Okay, so the reason why he's not co-opting these things is probably because of copyright issues. When he secretly records on Discord, he can seemingly circumvent copyright issues. Look, the guy's a loser. He's a weirdo atheist. I've known him for years. I've listened to him. I've interacted with him. I've listened to him interact with other believers and non-believers. And he's a pervert. He's a weirdo. He's not that smart. He thinks he is, right? And I feel sorry for the guy. He keeps on coming up with these convoluted mental gymnastics that you would expect teenagers to come up with in order to try to defeat Christianity. And only somebody who, really wasn't that smart would resort to these mental gymnastics. Listen to the recording between him and Jay Dyer, and you'll see what a sophist he is.
Yeah, I know Jay Dyer is He's
Jay Dyer chewed him up and spit him out. Made Tom look like a complete idiot.
Didn't he do the same thing with Matt Dillahunty?
I have a vague recollection of the interaction. I did watch it, but yeah.
I listened to it, and I know it wasn't.
He was a little bit too academic in the presentation. He should have been more polemical.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. I was like, because I couldn't attach myself to anything.
The academic presentation's fine, but you have to move beyond the academic, and you have to get into the polemics where you're going after the opponent's position. You just can't sit there and just academically present it. Okay, that's all well and good. That's good. Jay does a good job at that. But you also have to be polemical, and you have to go after your opponent's position. See, Jesus did this. Jesus didn't just positively teach the scripture. He polemically went after his opponents.
Jesus had opponents?
Yeah, the Pharisees.
Yeah, have you never read the Gospels?
I'm sorry, but I haven't. I probably should.
The Pharisees and the Sadducees were constantly opposing and falsely accusing him of undermining the law.
Welcome, the best ever.
Yo, can you hear me?
Prepared.
Yeah.
Are you an atheist?
I've been here before. I'll be honest, I'm just going to stay agnostic on the position of if God exists.
Well,
don't do that.
Wash, rinse, and repeat. Yeah, agnostic is a self-identification, but when we examine that identification, it's just an indirect denial of God. Okay, so you refuse to accept the necessity of God when invoking propositions, which constitutes an indirect denial of God. So we can stop with this silliness that you don't deny God.
Yeah, I understand that. I've heard that before. I'm just saying I don't have all the answers. That's what agnostic is for me.
No. That's agnostic is a claim to suspend judgment. You have made a judgment that God is not necessary. Okay. You want to tell me you haven't made a judgment that God's not necessary?
I guess I'll concede that I have made a judgment, but
Okay. So how is it that God doesn't exist?
well, I'd start by asking you, why should I accept your claim that God is the
You're
only?
starting with a dodge.
No,
Having
you're
unanswered
starting with a dodge.
okay, doesn't logically and necessarily follow because you have unanswered questions that God does not exist.
Yes, I accept that.
Oh, so it logically follows because you have unanswered questions that God doesn't exist?
No, I accept that what you just said, that's a positive claim. That is true. Just because things are unanswered doesn't mean that God doesn't exist.
Right. So, but your position is that there is no God.
I wouldn't say that. I
Oh,
wouldn't go so far.
so you do affirm and accept the necessity of God?
I wouldn't say it's your God, but yeah, there is a God that I
Okay,
accept.
notice how you try to pull a fast bait and switch. When you're dealing with somebody who's been debating for 14 years, you better be pretty good at the bait and switch. But yeah, I saw you dealing from the bottom of the deck there. Okay, I simply we're talking about your position, not mine. Are we not talking about your position?
Why would we be talking about my position, though?
Yeah, continue to dodge, and that's the quickest way I put you in the James Bond ejection seat.
Okay, I'm sorry, but
Is it your position that there is no God?
no, my position is that there might be a God. I just do not know.
No. Do you refuse to accept the necessity of God?
I wouldn't refuse that. I can
Bye-bye.
accept it. That's logical.
Bye-bye. We're done.
Goodbye.
Yeah, when you quintuple down on stuck on stupid, then we're just done. Okay? See, he was blatantly being dishonest and evasive. So that I have no tolerance for. What you just saw on full display was complete evasiveness.
This is what they do.
Where had I heard that before? Don't you love it how the atheists always quote me?
It's funny. I like that. I like that.
It is. This is what they do.
No, but that's an amazing quote. Like it's so quotable. This is what they do.
Wait, the atheist quote you? I thought it was.
Notice I eject somebody for complete deceptiveness, evasiveness, and stupidity, and they immediately go to the text chat to whine.
This is what they do.
This is what they do. Oh, there was a couple of days ago. There was a group of whining, complaining atheists talking about religious trauma. Okay, like they had to undergo the Spanish Inquisition, right?
You know how I just quoted you? Well, someone in the comments just quoted me.
So in this atheist commiseration session, this group therapy session of people victims of religious trauma, of course, that dope Justin from Deconstruction Zone was there as well. I posted in the text, imagine the trauma when you guys stand before God.
Oh my God.
Later, they banned me from the stream because I put imagine the trauma when you stand before God.
He had a caller last night, and I'm like laughing, and she's like, his caller is this woman, and she's like crying, like, it's so hard to deconstruct from Christianity. Oh, and then she goes, and even my dad voted for Trump.
Oh, the trauma. Deconstruction.
I was like laughing, and she's like crying. I was like, what is this so hard? Like, how is this like? Okay, you're not a Christian. Like, why is that hard?
Oh my gosh, the trauma! Like they went to the Spanish Inquisition.
Maybe if you're like a Mormon or something, and like your whole family disowned you. I mean, I could see that, but like usually with Christians, it's not that bad. Like when I decided not to be a Christian, my Catholic parents didn't really like disown me, or they didn't really care. It wasn't like hard. I don't know. It's weird.
Darth, have you ever been an atheist?
No.
Never?
Never.
So your
I
faith.
always knew from a young age in terms of the concept of God. The idea that somebody said, "Well, what if there's no God?" That everybody has those fleeting thoughts.
Right.
And even at a young age, not to toot my own horn, I would say to myself, on what possible basis could we conclude that God does not exist?
Right.
You see, the way I am now is very similar to the way I was when I was young. I used to be an avid watcher of documentaries when I was a kid. Whenever they would have documentaries on TV, this is before cable. I used to love watching documentaries because you get so much information so quickly. And I would always see some of these, these documentaries on the Kennedy assassination, the RFK assassination, the MLK. And I always realized it doesn't matter the controversy because there's a truth to the matter, and we just have to investigate to find the truth, right? And the same thing is true with life and God and the Bible.
Wow.
Those documentaries are always so slanted. I never watch documentaries anymore.
You're talking about today's documentaries.
Okay. Well, maybe in your time it was different. But
I remember watching a documentary on Elvis on VHS whenever I was a kid.
I can't even watch any nature documentaries anymore. I used to love watching nature documentaries because every nature documentary is like, and then man comes and climate changes and now the poor animal.
That is not what I thought you were pointing towards when you said, and then the man comes.
Evil man, destroy planet, bad, man bad. I'm like, oh my God, can I just learn about animals and not be fed this crap? Welcome, Outlaw.
What's going on, Precept? It's Renegade, man. How you doing?
Oh, okay, right on.
Right on. I think I asked you a question, and hello to everybody. Shalom, Baruch Hashem to everyone on the panel. It was regarding Yeshua's incarnation. Some atheists had brought some discussions up. It's like, how can, I guess, a God that comes from outside time, space, and matter enter and operate within the temporal? And I wanted to see how you guys would respond to that.
Because they're not giving a definition of time. Is time a natured entity, or is time an abstraction about the relationship between events? Okay, they're not really defining time.
We would say God's not outside of time.
Yeah, my position is that God is temporal in that time is a natured entity that provides for the reality of one or more moments, provides for a coherent timeline, and time is an aspect of God's nature. Okay, so the life of God before creation represents the first moment, a moment that doesn't begin, and from that first moment, the life of God, he brings about all subsequent moments. Right? Now, theologians in the past who haven't, done a rigorous research project philosophically on the nature of time, because they wanted to preserve the nature, the aseity of God, right? That God is not encompassed or dependent upon any realm extrinsic to himself, and they therefore thought that time as a package was entirely created. So from their rudimentary understanding, in spite of their brilliance in theology, they would be correct. What they're referring to is God is the creator of the timeline, with the exception of the first moment, which represents himself. So God would be independent, meaning not encompassed by or dependent upon the subsequent timeline from the moment of his creation. So in that sense, God would be timeless. But when people derisively say, well, God cannot exist or be a creator if he's timeless, well, they're technically correct in one sense, but that doesn't pose a problem because we don't have to hold that God is completely and utterly timeless. Okay?
Understood.
But nor are we saying that time is a realm that God subsists in, but that time is an aspect of God's being.
And then we would also.
My bad. Go ahead.
We would also Cambridge changes, I think, is important. So God has an unchanging nature, but he can change relationally, and he can have dispositional changes.
Well, God, there's a dispute. It's referred to as immutability. There are those people who believe in absolute immutability versus those people who hold to a weaker form. Weaker is not negative or pejorative. Okay, so the idea that God is completely unchanging is extremely problematic philosophically. It introduces certain contradictions. We can say then that God, in terms of his essential properties, are unchanging, but that even though God's essential properties are unchanging, God still nonetheless can change in terms of accidental properties. So God simply exists, and then he creates, and he becomes the creator. He becomes the sovereign Lord. God was not eternally sovereign because there would be nothing to be sovereign over. So those people who say that God is entirely and completely immutable, they got big problems, especially with the incarnation. Okay? So when God says, I, the Lord, do not change, Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow, it's referring to God's essential properties. God's essential properties do not change. But that doesn't mean that God cannot change in some aspects of his being. It's just his essential properties do not change.
Understood.
And
So,
what it
like,
means, sorry.
do you guys like, what's your understanding regarding like future contingents and God knowing the future and stuff like that? Like, because like there's a position that I
Yeah.
guess from, I don't know if you guys know a guy named Levi Ben Gershon.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so he holds the fact that I guess, yeah, God is not aware of necessarily the future in its totality, but aware.
That's open theism.
What does that mean?
Means there are some things God doesn't know.
Would you agree to that statement, or would you disagree with that statement?
Absolutely not. I hold the Christian position is God's omniscience.
Couldn't
Now,
they
there's
say? Couldn't they say that? Couldn't they say that like the future is unknowable, therefore God's like still omniscient?
They, I wish I was more well studied on the subject, but
Yeah.
they say that God cannot know certain future tense propositions that he hasn't already determined to come to pass.
Okay.
because and this is their argument, not mine, is
Yeah.
that there can't be a truth value for a future tense proposition that God hasn't determined to come to pass.
But then we know that if
That's why you don't have open theists who are Calvinists.
we know if God says like I'm going to do something in the future, we can like we know that's guaranteed.
Well, the open theist will say what God does not absolutely determine to come to pass, he cannot know.
However, don't we see instances within the first five books of Moses, like God reacting to things? Like, do you guys take that as just like a narrative, like?
These are not indicators. God reacting is not an indicator that he doesn't know these things. Like, for example, when God says, where are you? Why are you hiding? Do you think God didn't know the answer to that? Or when God reacts in anger, justifiable indignation against the Israelites, and he tells Moses that he's in one way intent on wiping them out, God was using this as an object lesson for Moses to appeal to him, saying, look, because of your character and your reputation, this is why you will defer punishing them. And God goes, you are correct, Moses. Okay, these are object lessons. So, for example, when it says God repented, it simply means God relented. Right? So, nothing is unknown to God. Open theism, as far as I'm concerned, is garbage.
Yeah, I don't know, because like it seems as if like when we're like even in the conversation of prophecy, right? Like some prophecies would appear conditional, dependent on on the contingents of us enacting on them, right? So like take for
Well,
Stoney like the story of like Jonah, for example, right? So there was a prophecy that identified that the city of Nineveh would have been destroyed within 40 days if they didn't make like repentance, right? And then they made a repentance, and then that nullified the prophecy. It's not stating that it like was a false prophecy. It was just a conditional one. Like, would you
No, it
hold to
wasn't a
that?
false. Yeah, that's yeah. And in fact, theologians have been pointing this out in commentaries for years that there are unstipulated provisos, right? Sometimes there aren't unstipulated provisos. Sometimes there are unstipulated provisos. And in Jonah's case and the Ninevites, there were unstipulated provisos that if they repented, God would have forestalled his judgment. When it comes to God's foreknowledge, one could either take a Calvinist approach or one could take a Molinist approach. I heavily lean in the direction of Molinism.
What's Molinism? What is that?
Molinism is the idea, it rejects the Calvinistic notion that God ordains everything. In other words, God determines everything, okay? Now, the Molinist perspective is not that God is not sovereign about everything. It means that God knows all counterfactuals, and he has an innate knowledge of what we will freely choose to do. But his knowledge of what we will freely choose to do doesn't cause us to act in that way. Okay? And so Molinism is one theological explication of how God knows future contingent situations versus the Calvinistic notion where God ordains everything.
In Calvinism, does God cause our choices? That's disputed.
Well, what they do is it's called they call it compatibilism.
Yeah.
So that God is the necessary cause, but not the sufficient cause, and God ordains that I will eat a ham sandwich for lunch today, but that's compatible with me choosing it. Whereas Molinism would take the position, and I'm giving a very unsophisticated representation of. There are much more robust, sophisticated definitions. Now, just for full disclosure, I don't try to disparage Calvinists, although I strongly disagree with their theological distinctives. But at the same time, many Calvinists, if not most Calvinists, look upon horror the notion of Molinism because they think that's a denial of God's sovereignty, whereas the Molinists would say absolutely not. So a lot of people think that God looks into the future and sees what's going to happen, and that's how he knows. That's called the perceptive model of foreknowledge. But the future is an abstraction. There's no future to look at. So God innately, from the perspective that I hold to, is God simply innately knows how we will choose to do in any state of affairs, and that's how he knows. I don't have to know how he could possibly innately know what I would freely choose.
Interesting. So in the case that like God knows all things, and including with your definition, how could one be held responsible for their said actions, I guess, under the premise of Calvinism or predestination?
Because him knowing the truth value of what I will freely do doesn't cause me to make that choice. See, if you want to study this, look up the difference between de dicto versus de re. What is it? What's the term? I'm still tired. I haven't had my coffee yet. It's called. If you catch me later on when I stream, either today or tomorrow, I'll get you a link to the paper. It has to do with. It's called de re versus de dicto. Why can't I remember this? Maybe I'm getting senile like Joe Biden. What is it? What is the term? I don't know why I'm blanking out on it. Necessity, that's it. It's de re versus de dicto necessity.
Wake up, Darth.
What's that?
I said, wake up.
Yeah, I know. I haven't had my coffee yet, man. I usually do really well when I have my coffee. So there's different kinds of necessity. There's the necessity of the consequence versus the necessity of the consequent. The necessity of the consequence is that B will follow A because A causes B. That's the necessity of the consequence. The necessity of the consequent is that B will follow A, but A doesn't cause B. It will happen, but B is not caused by A. So that's the necessity of the consequent. Okay. So there are different modes of necessity. Okay. So if I'm sitting in a chair, then it's necessarily true I'm sitting in a chair. But that is not that doesn't mean that I'm not free to stand up. Right. So I think I'm trying to remember the difference between de re versus de dicto. Just look up de re, DE space RE, put it in quotation marks, and quotation marks DE space dicto quotation mark, and then type in the sovereignty of God, and you should find a series of articles by an Asian author. I can't remember what his name is. I have it on my computer, but I don't have it open right now. And look for it's either the third or the fifth article where it talks about de re versus de dicto necessity and how it relates to God knowing things.
Is it the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy?
No, it's a series of articles on the sovereignty of God, but it talks about the difference between. See, a lot of people don't understand. Like atheists will say, "Well, if God knows what I'm going to do in the future, then there's no free will." And you see, they're completely uneducated on this. They're making an error in modal logic. They don't understand the difference between the necessity of the consequent versus the necessity of the consequence.
The way that AI described it to me, it was like, so if it rains, then it's like necessary the ground will get wet. But if the ground's wet, it doesn't necessarily mean it rained, because the ground could be wet for other reasons.
Yeah, so let's say I will choose to eat X for lunch today, right? God knows the truth value of that for whatever innate capabilities that he has, and I will choose that. But his knowledge of that does not cause me to make that voluntary choice, but he simply knows the truth value beforehand.
And that's during creation as well, right?
Well, from eternity. God knows from eternity the voluntary choices that we will make. Now, the Calvinist will answer that by saying God knows what choices he will make because he ordains what we will choose, and that our free choice is just simply compatible with that. Well, a lot of Christians have problems with that. If you want to read a very good, short, but very thorough explanation of this, you can read a copy of The Only Wise God by William Lane Craig. Okay?
Yeah, I'll look into that as well.
That book is the best short explanation of a Molinist perspective. Just a warning, though. I personally have a love-hate relationship with William Lane Craig. I respect his academics. I think he's brilliant, but I think on some issues he's a disaster. But on other issues, he's really, really good. Okay, so like his book. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think about the view? Oh, I'm sorry, Outlaw. I wasn't trying to like.
No, you're good, man. I'll yield.
Okay.
I'm yielding until after you're
Look,
done.
as long as people aren't trying to be disruptive, I don't mind interruptions.
Yeah, I know he came in and he was asking you. I was just, this is all on the same field, but what do you think about the argument that people would make that, like, God limited his power in order to give humans free will? Because I've heard that argument.
I don't see how God granting people agency that it limits his power.
Well, they say he willingly did that so that there could.
If God gives me a choice to either eat a banana or an apple, and he allows me to choose that, how would that limit his sovereignty or power?
Well, right. I guess the argument, because I don't know, this isn't my argument, but I guess
I know what you're saying. This is what Calvinists will say. Then what you're saying is we're giving a measure of autonomy to man, and if man has a measure of autonomy, then God isn't supreme. I just think that that's ridiculous.
Right.
God in his sovereignty can say, I'm going to give you a choice. Okay. And he's sovereignly saying you can choose A or B. I don't see how that in any way impinges on God's power, control, or sovereignty at all.
God can limit himself, like Jesus limits himself, like because Jesus could have saved himself on the cross, but he limits his power. So when God limits his power, that allows for us to have a choice.
Why is God more sovereign sufficiently sovereign because he only decides that I'll eat a banana, where he decides that he gives me a choice to eat the banana or the apple.
But like, if like I don't know, like this is like one of the hardest things that I tussle with.
Then we're not an agent. Okay,
What do you
if I don't have some real choices, then how am I an agent like God?
Then that would undermine all the meaning and purpose of Christianity. Like,
Well, right, but like when you say from the beginning of like all of eternity, God knows the outcomes of the actions, correct? Like he already knows like what's going to be decided prior to creating.
Yeah, you can't see. Here's the problem. You're trying to wrap your head and your understanding around something that is just simply impossible for us to comprehend. Okay?
So we just throw our hands up and say, well,
you know, I remember one time in the kitchen preparing some food. I'm like, well, if God knows what I'm going to do in the next 10 minutes, then that means then I say to myself, well, then it's already determined. And then I realized this is just stupid. God just simply knows what I'm going to freely choose. How he knows is besides the point. The fact that we cannot fathom or comprehend how God knows that we will make some free choices, right? So what? That's not an argument against God knowing our free choices and wherein,
So when the statement is made in the Torah where it says that God gave Adam dominion, right, over the earth and over the seas and over the beasts. I mean, we know that the effects of Adam also had a spiritual, or you can say outside of time, space, and matter, it had an effect on, which is as to why the second Adam had to come and sacrifice his life to restore all things and bring us back to the state in which we were originally in. So then, I mean, just to kind of just give a scriptural perspective on this, what Josie's saying, he's saying like, well, then how is that like not possible that God can't relinquish some of his authority so that we can truly have or enact a concept of like free agency?
God isn't relinquishing anything by granting us agency.
But I think the underlying thing is there's like, right, you have punishment for your action, which is like going to hell if you don't accept God. And then God created you from the beginning, already knowing the outcome of that.
No. People do not go to hell for not accepting God. People go to hell because they refuse to repent and turn to God for salvation.
But when God created all things, he would have had knowledge that that was going to happen from the get-go.
Yeah, so you have to understand, again, you need to do a little bit of reading versus de re versus de dicto necessity.
So then how would you explain then, like when it says that the Messiah had to go back and retrieve the keys? That would be a reference, obviously, to the Old Testament as to like what's binding and loosing, right? Because it says that he had to go and retrieve that authority back from Satan.
No, are you talking about Matthew 16, the binding and loosing?
No, so I'm saying that remember when he had went to Sheol for 3 days and 3 nights? It says that he had to.
No. What happened is Jesus went and he retrieved the souls that were in Abraham's bosom.
Hold on, let me get the actual verse for you. Hold on, give me a minute.
But yeah, Darth, I'm gonna look into the de facto and de
re, DE space RE versus de dicto. So there's the necessity.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And so then there's de re versus de dicto, which involves the necessity of the consequence versus the necessity of the consequence. Gotcha. And the more you familiarize, and by the way, don't be bothered that it's a bit confusing. It's not a concept that's easy to understand, and I'm still working on digesting it. But the more you digest it, you're going to go, oh, okay. So that something will happen, but it's not necessarily caused to happen. It will happen, but the state of affairs is not completely deterministically caused in all respects. So it's the necessity of the consequent.
Yeah, currently that makes absolutely zero sense to me. But hopefully, whenever I look into it,
Well, it's
hopefully,
just because it's a new concept. That's all.
well, I've heard people say similar things that I rejected in the past. But I mean,
Well, when William Lane Craig was confronted by this issue in a Q&A session, oh you know, if God knows the future, then that destroys free will. We have this, you know, arrogant college student, William Lane Craig, says you're making an error in modal logic. Okay, you're failing to distinguish between the necessity of the consequent versus the necessity of the consequence. And William Lane Craig just hit him right between the eyes. You're making an error in modal logic. There are different types of necessity. There's not just one type. And a lot of people are not familiar with this. And why should they be unless they endeavor to study philosophy and metaphysics?
well,
Okay. Yeah. I have the verse. It's Revelation. So it's two verses actually, right? So, it's Revelations 1:18, and it's going to be First Corinthians chapter 24 to 28. And just to paraphrase, or if you want the actual verse, I can say it verbatim.
You can paraphrase it.
Okay, so yeah, so for Revelations 1:18 is going into that Jesus had authority over death, over Hades, which symbolize holding potential keys, even though it directly doesn't mention those specific keys. And then First Corinthians chapter 15, 24 to 28 identifies that after Jesus has defeated all of his enemies, including death, he will hand over the kingdom and all authority back to the Father, which would like signify the completion of his redemptive work, right? Again, another passage that doesn't necessarily
Can you quote the
explicitly
passage where? Can
yeah.
you quote the passage where he quote hands the authority over to the Father?
Sure. Yeah. So it says, "Then comes the end, when he delivers the kingdom to God the Father, when he puts an end to all rule and all authority and power, for he must reign till he has put all enemies under his feet." Right. The last enemy that will be destroyed is death, for he has put all things under his feet. But when he says, "quote all things are put under him," it is evident that he who put all things under him is expected. Now, when all things are made subject to him, then the Son himself will also be subject to him who put all things under him, that God may be all in all.
Yeah, that's talking about the reciprocal nature of what is called the economical trinity. So in the end of Matthew, Jesus said, all authority has been handed over to me. Okay? So the authority that each of the members of the Trinity have is absolute, but it's also certain economic roles in creation. You understand? So in other words, the Spirit and the Son take a kind of subservient position where the Father takes the lead role. Okay, so there's an order of the Trinity within creation, but before creation, they were co-equal in all respects. Okay.
So could you acknowledge that that there is a submission of like his authority back to the Father in regards to the ultimate
Yeah.
plan?
Yes, but you have to understand that what you need to look up the difference between what is called the ontological trinity versus the economical trinity. The ontological trinity is the nature of the persons of the Trinity and their relations with each other prior to creation. With creation, each of the persons of the Trinity assumes certain roles and functions with respect to the Godhead.
Would we say that the Father is somehow ontologically prior to the Son?
And, there are people that would vehemently dispute that, because then that would mean Christ doesn't possess the full attributes of being God.
Right.
So before creation, each of the members of the then we get into the controversy about, like what some of the creeds say, that the Son is an eternal procession from the Father or eternally created and all that kind of stuff. But the ontological trinity simply means that each person of the Trinity is utterly and completely co-equal in all respects before creation. But with the implementation of creation, the members of the Trinity all agree to operate in terms of certain roles and functions. Okay, so within that function, the Father is in as a kind of a superior position to the Son and the Spirit. But these are voluntary concessions in fulfilling creation. That's why it's called the economic Trinity. It has nothing to do with money or finances. It means how they operate with respect to each other. Okay.
Understood. Got you. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard another one as well, monarchical Trinitarianism. Like I've heard about that as well.
Yeah.
What is your position on, I guess, I mean, this is like another distinct conversation separate from what we're talking about now. What is your position on the Unitarian God and the Binitarian perspective? Like, how do you view these?
Well, they're both heresies and they're both incoherent upon examination.
Okay, case in point.
Well, a Unitarian God cannot be perfect because he cannot actualize love or the relationality aspect before creation. So that a Unitarian God would not be perfect. He wouldn't be maximally personal, nor could he eternally possess the characteristic of love. Okay. A binitarian God would be the relationship between two persons within a void. There would be no context within which of their relationship. But in the Trinity, any two persons in the relationship will always be within the context of the third. If you want to read a brilliant theological and philosophical defense of this, you can read Brant Bosserman's book on the Trinity.
Brant Bosserman?
Brant Bosserman.
Okay.
Yeah, it's his book on the Trinity. It's something like the paradox. I just don't. Maybe I'm just going senile like Joe Biden. I can never remember the title of the book, but I've read the book and it's just absolutely unbelievably good. It's not an easy read, but he shows how anything more or less than the Trinity will end in incoherence.
So, like, how do we get around like verses then that I guess that identify from like the Old Testament in itself that identify two persons, while then identifying any other passages where it says like finger of the Lord, arm of the Lord, word of the Lord as titles and personifications?
Well, you have to understand that there are times when the Bible is speaking quantitatively and other times it's speaking qualitatively of God. Okay. Another thing is this: is if you show up at the movies and you said, "Oh, I met Dart Dawkins and his wife at the movies," and then later on somebody says, "Wait a minute, but Dart's brother was there too. You didn't mention that." Say, "Well, yeah, I did mention it. That's not a denial that I only met Dart Dawkins and his wife." The fact that sometimes the second person is referred to in the Old Testament does not mean to the exclusion of a third. And in fact, the Spirit of God is mentioned many times in throughout the Bible.
At the beginning, the Spirit is hovering over the waters.
Yeah.
I've seen like
You have to understand that the doctrine of the Trinity was not fully unveiled to us, but it's strongly hinted at in a number of passages in the Old Testament. Okay. I've heard people, I've read statements where people said that the Jews probably wouldn't have a difficult time accepting that there is some aspect of plurality within God's unity, but with the advent of Christianity, they went into full-blown Unitarian mode.
Yeah, as a polemic, it would have been a response. Like I myself is like I'm Jewish, right? But I'm like I believe in the Messiah, right? So that's why I was asking you about the position because we held to something called the two powers in heaven concept. Was deemed what we would like in Hebrew we call minim, like heretic. It was a heresy, but it was something that like the rabbis had found, I think, through the works of Rabbi Akiva, because they didn't understand these passages that appeared in Deuteronomy 6:4, Daniel chapter 7 verse 9, where it appeared as if there was like these figures that had like a plurality within the Godhead.
I don't mean
right?
to be rude, but I have to step away. I'll be listening, but I have to step away.
Okay, all right.
This is what they do. Run away. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, you're banned.
What?
Yeah, no, I just think that
want
it's
to ban
interesting.
him.
This is what they do.
Yeah, I just think that it's interesting. I mean, looking at that and then how they understood, like, I guess the plurality of God's nature, they used it. It was, I can't say it was widely accepted or understood, but it was something in which that they had a discussion about around the first and second century. And then I guess the movement of the Nazarene, or you can say like Christianity today, took off. And then they completely like abandoned the idea. But then it reappears like around like the 11th and 12th century within Jewish mysticism, right? Within Kabbalah. So I don't know.
Kabbalah is of the devil.
All right, guys. Well, it was
Yeah.
nice talking to you. I gotta hop off here. Nice talking to you, Darth. I look forward to speaking to you again here soon. Nice talking to you, host, even though you spazzed out on me earlier.
Yeah, you're on your way to hell. You deserve that.
Hey, you never know. I could come out the other end a Christian like you.
I hope not.
Really? You hope I go to hell?
I don't want to be on the same team as you, dude.
That's crazy. Yeah, yo, peace up. We'll
Why?
catch up too, bro. Talk soon, bro.
All right, see you, Outlaw.
Because I got bad vibes from you. So can we think of the economic trinity? The father is going to be like the bourgeoisie. Jesus is the working class, and then the Holy Spirit is the means of production. The economic trinity. Okay, that was a bad joke. Guess I'll end the live. No one's requesting. Darce, AFK, and horrible joke. Yeah. Well, they're not all winners. Okay. Well, yeah, we're 4 hours into the live, so I'll take a break. Probably go live later. Thanks everyone. See ya. Thanks, Darth. Oh, do you want to come up? I almost forgot. Welcome, Johnson.
Oh, hey guys, I just want to ask one question.
Sure.
This is very important. It's in regards to like have you guys ever heard of like Mary Kay Baxter and Bill Wees? Hell testimonies.
No, is it like near-death experience stuff?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I want to ask, is there anybody in heaven or in hell right now, or is
No, I don't believe
everybody
so.
in the grave?
Yeah, I think everyone's
waiting
in the
to be
grave.
resurrected.
Yeah, I think people are in the grave. They're waiting Judgment Day, and then on Judgment Day,
Okay.
then yeah. So I don't think heaven and hell.
Okay.
They're like in the future.
Okay. So all these people that come back talking about they've been to hell and heaven, that will mean that they're false prophets.
I mean, I think God can maybe give someone a vision of hell. George Foreman said he was given a vision of hell, and I don't think George Foreman is a false prophet. So I don't know, like I don't trust near death experiences because like what if like a Muslim person had a near death experience of Allah? Is that supposed to be like proof of Islam or something like that? So I think there could be like I kind of sound like an atheist on this one. I think there could be some weird things going on in the mind, brain, due to like people being close to death. So I don't really trust near-death experience, but I think someone could have like a vision of hell or something. That's what George Foreman claimed. He said he's
Yeah, because this lady named Mary Kay Baxter, she man, I'm telling you, when it comes to a hell testimony, it don't get no better than Mary Kay Baxter. She wrote a couple of books, and she was on a couple of evangelical news stations and stuff like that. Man, but yeah, that's very important because if you can say that it is scripturally um, wrong, it's false that anybody is in heaven or hell right now, that automatically falsifies all near-death experiences regarding heaven and hell. That means they're all scams.
I'm not necessarily against like personal, like I believe there's personal revelation, but I also think it should stay personal. Like when people start sharing personal revelation as if it's special revelation, I think that's kind of an issue. So I'd be wary. I'd be wary of that, and like we should like stay with the scripture and the word, because that will help us interpret like our personal revelations or what other people are saying about these things.
Gotcha. All right.
But
Yeah, I mean, she described it like all sinners will have their part in the lake of fire. You know what I'm saying? She what she the descriptions that she gave about hell were very biblically accurate. Now she did say some things about how Jesus looked, and the earth and all that, but if it, at the end of the day, if the Bible preaches against people being in heaven or hell at this moment, then that means that regardless of how convincing these
yeah,
near-death experiences might be, they are a scam and they're false. And that is something very important because those people are making tons of money. And
yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Sometimes if people have an entertaining story too, that can be a red flag. I think, because yeah, people, and they're making a lot of money off their story. That's suspicious. Like,
Right.
I don't know. There's a lot of false prophets. There's a lot of stuff to be wary of. So I guess we have to, like, if we just go to the scriptures, read the word, and let God have a relationship with Jesus, and the Holy Spirit will guide us as we use our minds, and we can figure out what we're going to believe and what we're not going to believe. So, but it can be hard. That's kind of a responsibility God has given us. So
Right. Let me ask you. No, I think I'm good. I know you've been on here for 4 hours.
yeah.
You trying to probably get you some
Well, if you
rest
want to
and
ask,
get you something to eat.
if you want to ask one quick question, I can answer one more, and then I'll take off.
Um, let me ask this. Do you think that is it a sin to believe in, let me say, misconceptions about the Bible? Like, for example, let's say you are a Christian and you don't believe in the Trinity, or you know, there's certain things that you may not believe about the Bible, but you believe Jesus died for your sins and all that, the main stuff. But is it a sin to, believe in misconceptions about the Bible? It could be either because you just don't understand or whatever. But the point is that would God punish you for not coming to the proper conclusion as to what His Word is about?
Well, I would say that like no one is gonna know 100% everything. Like we're all gonna be wrong about some things. No one's gonna be like 100% the truth because we're humans. And I think it's just we have a responsibility to interpret the word correctly. And I think if you, in your heart, I don't know, try to do
I
that.
guess if God can tell that you're doing the best you can and you're
Yeah,
genuine, you should be
yeah,
all right.
yeah.
Okay.
I think God will take that into consideration, like our intention, and we're genuine, and like God can tell, like whether we make God. See, it's like we got to make God the focus, not ourselves the focus. Because if we make ourselves the focus, and you read Scripture, you're gonna put what you believe. You're gonna put your own opinion in there. You see what I'm saying? And God's gonna know that, I would think. So it's kind of like, yeah, it would depend on the situation and the person's heart and their motive, I would think.
I mean,
But
but then
again, I'm
then,
not
then
God,
again,
so I don't
you.
know. But
Right.
I would
I mean,
assume.
we got to. Of course, we're going to have our opinions because um, God is not directly talking to us. We got to come to these estimations,
Yeah.
as to what it is about. It's not like God's going to tell us directly, precisely. I don't know why, but
Well,
I guess he has his reasons.
because
But
he respects you as like a free thinking individual person who can make choices. And if he were to just, it's like he respects your ability to use your mind and make choices for yourself. That's like a responsibility that he gives you. But then that's a burden sort of that you have. You have to like make an honest effort to understand his word. You can't be lazy about it. So,
yeah. Well, I'm gonna let you handle your business.
okay. Thanks, man. Good to hear from you. All right, everyone, have a good day. Wish you well. Thanks for watching. See you later.